Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You might recognize us.
No.
I'm Bowie.
I'm Enk.
I'm Yisk.
I'm Xoneris.
And behind us as well, we've got Quadraaceps and Sunny, who are going to be tagging in at different points for commentary and running during the race. As was mentioned by our lovely reader, we're going to be doing Galdera, which is essentially a true hundo of sorts. We don't actually do everything, but it's a secret boss in at the end of the game. So we're going to do all the stories, do a few side quests, and go for one of the hardest fights in the game.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good bit of fun.
Yeah, good teams. Boomers versus Zoomers.
Yeah, so
got Boomers over
Oh my
here.
god.
Team Boomers, because we're all
Zoomers over
well into
here.
our 30s.
Even though this guy's like not a Zoomer, but
And then we got Team Zoomers over here, obviously,
Team
because what?
Zoomers plus Xoneris.
Yeah. So you're what? You're like what?
29.
Yeah. You're too old to be a Zoomer, but still, what? 6, and then
Yeah.
Quadra's like 17, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we forced ourselves onto the left-hand side, obviously, because we came first. So, one of those things. It should be a good race, though. There's going to be a mix of experience and balance around our teams.
It's going to be a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, sure. You might remember I ran this game, not a real category, but I did 3 stories at the end of winter. I think I tried to do 3 stories at 3 AM, which was not a good idea, but it was good fun. But it's nice to be back.
Yep.
I think we should really crack on, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we really should.
We're gonna be here for a while.
It's a bit too exciting, so we need to give it a very long intro.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the beginning, we've broken it up into 3 segments. So Xoneris and I are going to be starting by doing the kind of first bit, which is going to be a lot more explorative, and then a little bit of action towards the end before we get into the real meat of the run. So let's get ready on the old yes, and then let's do this in 3, 2, 1, go!
Octopath.
Already not synced.
Right.
Wait, he's winning? Who's winning? Oh, we're winning.
I
Let's
think
go.
so.
Yeah.
2
Yeah.
frames.
Xoneris is winning.
Definitely zooming right
It's
there.
those Zoomer
Right.
reaction times.
So we start the run with Tressa because she has the best start for this particular category, and we want her in the party for like most of the run. One rule about Octopath is that you can start with any of the 8 characters and recruit any of the 8 characters in whatever order you wish. But there's one rule that you have to have the starting character in your party until their story is finished. And Tressa is probably the strongest single character in the game because her starting class is Merchant. And her ability is to buy items from NPCs, which you wouldn't otherwise be able to buy, which is really useful because we're gonna be buying a lot of equipment and nuts in particular.
Yeah, no, Tressa is kind of brokey.
Brokey. Yeah, the merchant class is really powerful. Not only can you like get free money just by running around and obviously buying really good items, she has the ability to summon help, and that help is incredibly just powerful. It deals a lot of damage, so we're going to be utilizing other people to deal damage for us.
Yeah,
It's a lot easier than anything else.
Tressa finds money lying around from unfortunate travelers, left behind by unfortunate travelers. I'm sure Tressa has nothing to do with the fact that they have been unfortunate. You can see the number of money she gets at the top left of the screen whenever we do a screen transition. And here we're doing, basically running around in this game and fights. So this game has pretty elaborate turn-based system, where you can see the turn at the top, and then you have the boost system. So basically two important mechanics in this game is boost and break. So you can see those like orange dots at the right side of the screen in battles, which are boost points. And they can be used to boost your actions. So like a normal attack is just 1 whack. But if you boost the normal attack, you do more attacks. Like we're gonna see in the next fight, because we're gonna actually kill this sleeping pirate that we're gonna encounter soon.
You can also see that screen introduced the random encounters in this game,
Yes.
where Bowie got 2, whereas Xoneris got 3.
Unlucky.
Riveting stuff.
Alright, so here we're gonna first defend, which gives us the guaranteed next turn. And then we're gonna break, so this pirate is weak to bow. And whenever you target an enemy's weakness, they lose 1 shield. And if they run out of shields, they get stunned or broken, which makes them lose the remaining actions on that turn and the next turn, and it makes them take double damage.
Now, let's get down to business.
And now we have the first boss, which is the first more complicated fight in the run. This is actually like...
Really difficult fight.
Yeah, really difficult fight. It's the most turns in the run, but it's not the longest because it only has 3 combatants. But here you are seeing like Bowie's whittling down the shields of Mick with wind, because Mick's weak to wind. It's also weak to spear, but we need the wind damage so we can kill him. So there you can see Bowie used this boosted wind, which does, because the enemy was broken, it does double damage. And because it's boosted, it does even more damage. Xoneris is also in the fight.
Also in the fight. Also just killed Mick. Crazy.
And Max weak to bow, so we break him again. We don't have boost points for this, so we just use a wind spell to do a little bit of damage. And then we gotta break him again. But this is pretty much the basics of Octopath combat. We break the enemies and then we use a boost to do a lot of damage.
And that's perfectly rooted to the SP as well. Just that's my last trade wins, so to get that kill there is pretty nice.
Yeah, this is a really calculated fight.
Whoa.
Easy for Bowie, of course.
Drippy. Sick.
All of the Zoomer words being thrown out there, like, yeah.
You're supposed to compliment me too.
I was complimenting you. You think I was complimenting Bowie? Come on. He's not even on our team.
It's true.
I mean, technically Xoneris isn't as well. I mean, with the age that he's
you're right.
rocking there.
That's why
Yeah, I'm like a
compliment
secret agent.
I'm trying to compliment him as little as possible. But yeah, we're gonna be walking across the map. Not that far. It's
Basically, now that we're done with Tressa's first chapter, we are free to go wherever the hell we want.
Yeah.
The only limitation is that we're going to be running into encounters, and if we go to the high-level areas, they're not going to be nice to us. But we're going to solve that problem real soon.
yeah. So if you have any time for a few quick messages, that would be great.
Sure we have. We got a $5 anonymous donation with no comment. Then we got a $5 donation from Wayno717 with a comment, Danke. And we got another $50 donation from Anonymous, also with no comment. Thank you very much for your donations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. One thing we did there as well, when we left our first area, you encounter a character, and you do this with any character you start with. His name is Kit, and he's going to be very, very important. His quest line is one that we actually need to push in order to kind of unlock Galdera towards the end. This game is broken up into 8 short stories for the individual characters, and it's only focused on them and their, their travels through the world. There is some like travel banter between the characters, but generally we don't worry too much about that. Yeah, there's a lot of like side lore that happens around each individual story that links together, and Kit's side story kind of brings those threads together at the end. So it's a pretty nice category to do, because it does bring all of the lore in this game together. And we will be talking about it throughout the run, hopefully. It is an RPG run, so I like to talk about story.
I thought Kit was like only for the memes. I thought we just did that for the memes.
Just for the memes? I mean, we
Yeah.
can.
We don't do memes here.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we
skip.
definitely don't do memes.
I'm gonna skip Kit in my part. So
Okay.
good
Yeah,
luck.
thank you.
Good luck, Quadra. Good luck.
Alright, so we're gonna head out to Cyrus next. He's gonna be the first.
Best boy, by the way.
No.
Step right up.
You were caught by surprise.
We're gonna start the best character was already.
Yeah. please.
Ophelia and Primrose.
The more money you
Olbrick.
donate to a character, the better it becomes. So donate a lot of money.
Yeah. Tell us your favorite character of the 8.
Yes.
And it better not be Tressa, because she is not a character, she is an issue.
Whoa.
Whoa!
I don't hate that take.
You don't
I
hate
kind of
it?
agree with that take.
Most people hate it at first and then go, oh yeah, actually, yeah.
You're
So
wrong.
we're gonna recruit Cyrus, and unlike Tressa, where we had to do a whole first chapter, for the other 7 characters, the game asks us if we want to do the beginning bit, and if we don't, we just go straight to the dungeon. And so we basically just skipped Cyrus's introduction, but he is after some books. Like right now, he's gonna be going to retrieve a book that was loaned and never returned. And then later on, after this, he kind of learns about another book that's been lost for even longer. And his story revolves around finding that book.
He needs books.
What?
And just a brief recap of Tressa's story. She just kind of sets out to become a merchant. So she finds this, or she gets this like journal of a traveler. And she follows the same footsteps like that are in the journal. And that's basically her story. Wow, that's unlucky.
Here I come.
Yeah, good old Boney.
No, skeleton is fine.
It's my turn now. Ah!
It should be fine.
Good old Skelly boy.
Yeah, it's a good meme. Skeleton,
yeah.
so the 2 lamp encounters, I don't know what they're called. They give you 5 BP, or no, JP job points. Whereas the skeleton only gives you 4.
Thankfully, I have enough so to get 30 exactly. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not a problem in this category.
Yeah, in this category you always have 1 extra, but in single story categories you usually don't. So it's a
Yeah.
great meme.
Alright, so we get hired help here, which is probably one of the most broken skills in the game. It allows you to hire help, as the name says. So
Crazy.
there's 5 tiers, and the higher tiers cost more money.
I think not.
All of those are AoE, so it's a good way to do
It's my turn
AoE
now.
damage and break
Try
enemies.
this on for size.
So you have like mercenaries and bandits that are used usually to break enemies with sword and shield, sword and axe. But then we also have this.
I'll get my money's worth.
Then we have the dancers, which we use here, which are like
Got more than
medium
you
tier.
bargained for.
They have a dagger, which is a more rare weapon type, and they do a decent amount of damage. So we are able to kill Russell here with the dancers and 1 medium-sized soulstone.
Soulstones are also really sick. You
yeah.
just sort of throw them at your problems and they go away most of the time.
Yeah, this is a really capitalistic game. Like, you throw money at the problems, especially in the shorter categories where the damage we can do with soulstones and hired help is enough.
Yeah. And that's kind of what the big part of the beginning of this run is for us, for Xoneris and I, is we're going to be doing a lot of running around and just grabbing items and money and just kind of building up our stash of stuff so that we can eventually, you know, just have a setup that allows us to blow everything else up. So if you've seen single story runs, you'll see, yeah, money and soulstones are the way forward because it just clears so much stuff. But this will be a bit of a different run because we are going to have, you know, actual strats to fight things normally with spells and stuff like that. So, but the beginning will be somewhat reminiscent of a single story until we kind of transfer over to more.
Cool strats.
Oh, I skipped an encounter. That means that if I get a bad encounter, I need to do more grinding.
It's time for the most exciting part of this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we are heading to where our dreams go to die. So, Whistlewood.
Kate outside of Whistlewood, please, Xoneris.
And basically what we are aiming to do right now is we try to get 130 job points for Cyrus.
I'll get my
So
money's
he can learn 2 scholar skills. And the way skills work in this game is when you learn skills from a job, besides the first one, you always unlock a passive skill as well. So when you learn 2 scholar skills, you unlock the first passive skill of scholar, which is the most important passive skill in the game. It basically
Step right up.
allows
Oh,
us
what's
to,
this?
Owls? Oh.
the Thunderstone. You use the Thunderstone to break them, and then... but
If
they're
I
gonna break
survive.
you.
Yeah. I
Let's
mean,
see.
unless they all use lower offense
Just
and then don't do
unlucky.
anything.
No, you're dead.
Yeah, great, cool, great stuff.
So this is the worst part in terms of RNG. We have to... like, we're in a level 17 area.
Sir.
Sir.
Evened up the race a little bit
Yeah.
there, didn't it, Xoneris?
Neck and neck. Now watch Xoneris get Kate and Whistlewood.
Yeah, cool.
Gonna happen.
Always a good meme.
Oh, hello. What's happening here?
Always trying to do...
You can't get. You can definitely run through those bushes. What?
Bowie's trying to bush cliff.
Get
Okay.
the worst one.
Same.
Wait, what? Take.
We have to take it though, so.
Yeah.
Why did you flee, Xoneris? What are you doing?
Is this not good enough?
So basically, there's two ways to approach this forest. There's like these frogs that don't give enough JP, and if you kill them with your one soul stone, then you get like 70 to 80 JP. And if you do that, you have to farm the rest outside. Or you can find a good encounter which gives you all the JP at once.
But there's a non-zero risk of you dying a lot.
Yeah, because if you get ambushed in these areas, you will just die.
So it's not uncommon
So I
to...
take this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you take it, yeah.
It's not uncommon
I
to...
need one more fight, dude. This is worth.
spend,
Just
like-
give me.
You
Alright,
could
it's
easily
gonna
spend
be-
20 minutes in Whistlewood looking for a good encounter.
I just need one more encounter. Like I only got one on the way to Whistlewood because I got a good rate on the first screen, so I actually skipped an encounter. And I just the frogs are the worst thing you can get here, by the way. Like
But
if you
it's
can,
still enough. You
Yeah.
only need 5 JP.
yeah. Yeah, I mean the frogs are enough now, but I have had to take 3 fights here because
Yeah.
this game hates
But yeah,
me.
we use bandits to kill these encounters, so that's like 800 leaves, which leaves is the currency in this game. So we just pay 800 to the bandits, and they
It's
will get
lightning bolt and firestorm.
And now we're gonna get evasive maneuvers, which is the most important passive skill in the game, because previously our ability to go wherever we want was limited by encounters. But with evasive maneuvers, we can go about the double distance before we can get an encounter. So we can run across most screens without getting encounters. And then we
Was
have...
that
Hello, Xoneris.
Was that not enough?
You get Firestorm. You
So,
were just sort of staring at it.
I mean, you gotta confirm what you're doing, man.
Yeah, gotta confirm, go out of the menu, check the support skills, which you don't have any yet.
Yeah. And now we get our first secondary job. So we got the scholar job. So every character in this game has a primary job, which they start with, and they are always in that job. But they can then have a secondary job, which is same as the main jobs, but you can equip them. So now we have a scholar which we can equip to someone else, which will be useful later. And those jobs can only be equipped to one person at a time. But passive skills you learn from jobs can be equipped always, regardless of what job you're in. But the active jobs define what active skills you can use. And we're gonna get all but one of the secondary jobs in this run.
Wait, which one do we skip?
Apothecary.
Poor Alfin. Only Alfin needs to be that.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah.
Poor guy.
Don't fail me now. Of course.
Sick.
So we got
Vividly.
birds. Birds are jerks in this video game, like every other video game.
RPG
And
jerk
we're
bird.
I should just use like what is it? Are they weak to thunder?
Yeah, they're weak to thunder.
Should just use that and just
They're
go.
weak
Or
to-
just bandits.
They're weak to
Bandits
Icewind.
kills them.
They use Icewind.
But you should just be able to flee. That's the thing. Like you shouldn't have
Just
to muck around with
bandits.
this.
Just bandits are in.
Yeah.
It's fine. So we're gonna be going further in our explorations. We're gonna do something called tagging, which is visiting a town and then just leaving, which allows us to teleport to that town later. So in this game, you can freely teleport to any town you've been in, which is really useful for speedrunning. So here we tag one town, so we can come here later, but then we're gonna go right back. And this is like the most boring part of the run, but luckily the game looks amazing and has excellent music, so just chill to run around, and we can also have some messages from the readers.
From Hanky.
Yes.
All right. So we got a $20 donation from Yisk fan club saying Invictus. Then we got another. Then we got a $50 donation from Kim with no comment, and we got a $5 donation from Mod366 saying, while I do like Tressa's voice lines, I'll have to go with Hanit as overall favorite character. Started my first playthrough with her and didn't regret it one bit.
Wrong answer. Sorry.
Correct answer.
Solid choice.
Incorrect.
She's a very good character, to be fair.
She's alright.
absolutely correct answer.
Incorrect. I feel like I'm alone here.
Why?
Yes.
Why do you think hunter's not a good job then? What's wrong with a hunter?
Hunting's not a real job. Come on.
Whoa!
To all the hunters out there, that's a joke.
Toxic.
You're sick. Trust
But
me.
hunters have leg hold trap.
That's
is
such a
like-
dirty move. Like,
Top 5 most broken skills in the game.
But Curious Instance does the same thing.
But only Alphen has that. Although Alphen is best boy.
No. No, that one's just flat out
Anyway,
incorrect.
let's
Anyway,
talk about this run.
exploration.
Although we love to fight about who's the best character, but we just got the warrior job. And now we're gonna hit Stone Guard, which this screen in particular is really annoying. You have a decently high chance of getting an encounter, and it's danger level 17. So if you get it, it's rather dangerous. But we have ways to deal with, because in this screen, the first encounter you get is actually guaranteed to always be the same. And we have ways to deal with it if we get it. So let's see. But Bowie's a pro gamer, so we don't get the
No.
I think that definitely deserves a clap. That was all me. That wasn't the game.
Go! This screen's even worse. So this screen is so long that we actually do a tech called save and quit. So this tech is
Oh,
one of our ways to reset.
This is exactly why I saved.
Just
So-
Firestorm and I think Bow kills the bird. Pretty sure. Oh, well,
You
now
can
you're-
bandits that encounter.
Oh yeah.
2x bandits kills the bird and breaks the ball.
Yeah, so I did a save and quit because it resets the steps for my next encounter. So because it is a long way to go, I need to do a save in between. There's no way you can mitigate that, and obviously I don't really think we want to fight the stuff here. It's a bit too much, so
Yes.
we do save and quits at certain points just to make sure we can get past.
Yeah, save and quit is one of the techs we use to reset steps. So basically the way the encounter system works is there's like a step counter, which is like a step meter but worse. So whenever you exceed a certain amount of steps, you can start to get encounters, and the probability goes up. So we usually, if we have a long screen, we either do like save and quit in the middle. So when you quit to the title and load the game, the steps is reset to 0. Or we do like transition, so we change screens somewhere in the between, which we're gonna do in the next screen. So we go to a town, which also resets steps, and then we come back out so we can continue.
Yeah.
Like this screen would be way too long to run at once, but we do this reset at the town, and everything's fine.
Before we leave, I'm going to quickly scrutinize an old man.
Yeah, we're gonna use Cyrus'
As you do.
personal skill scrutinize. So Cyrus has each traveler has a path action, which allows them to interact with NPCs. And Cyrus is scrutinize, which allows him to kind of poke his nose into people's matters and find out some information.
And he's very rude while doing it.
Yeah, he's very rude. He's considered a rogue character in this.
Yeah, so there are 4 separate types of path action, but there are 8 characters, and there are basically 2 characters will have a style, but one will be set on level and one will be set on percentage chance, which increases with level as well. But a rogue can essentially do something early if they are lucky enough, basically. But you can also fail that and get this basically have like the NPCs not want to talk to you anymore as well, which is kind of like a weird interaction. But yeah. And yeah, if you upset enough people, Cyrus can't scrutinize anymore.
Yes.
You can't do any path actions anymore
Yes,
until
well,
you
yeah.
restore your reputation, which costs money.
And-
Or load a save, which is what usually happens. Yeah.
Yeah. And as we discussed earlier, Tressa's path action is to buy things from people. And she can get discounts when doing that, which is nice. But sometimes you also get like really small discounts. And the pop-up box that comes up when you get a discount
Definitely.
is really annoying.
Yeah.
Definitely forgot to turn off my
Oh,
my notifications. Hello,
Oh, no.
hello there, Ghost Kumo. How are you, mate?
Alright, so here we come to Grand Port, which is, we just went through like a level 45 area. And we are in a late game town now. And we're gonna buy some stuff from NPCs. We bought a shield, and then we're gonna buy some nuts. These nuts are really important for this run because they are items that permanently increase stats. And they are not common. So we buy almost all the nuts that are of the types we care about. And we gotta give them all to the right people. If we give people wrong nuts, that's not a good time. We're also gonna buy some pomegranates, which are items that restore boost points, which are really handy in a lot of battles, because normally you get like 1 boost point
Trippy.
per turn,
We got the birds.
That's nasty.
but pomegranates can give you like 1, 2, or 4 boost points depending on the size of the pomegranate.
So if you're watching the right side of your screen, you just saw why we don't get encounters here, because they do a lot of damage.
So we're gonna continue the exploration here. We walk back to the town we attacked earlier, so now's a good time to read more messages.
What? Okay.
Oh, didn't get bush skip. Sad.
Bush skip, the biggest skips. Yeah, but there's a little bit more running to do and picking up items. So yeah, we can throw it back over to Heinke for some more donations.
Sure thing. We got a $50 donation from RoboSparkle saying, my favorite pay-to-win game with some of my favorite people. It took me so long to get through the true ending playing this casually, but I also finished with a lot of unused soulstones, and clearly didn't hire enough goons to do the fighting for me. Even so, a 4-hour estimate is insane and I can't wait to see it. Best of luck to both teams.
More luck to us, though.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I think like Zoomers are gonna need more of the luck at this point.
Yeah.
That was kind of unlucky on the
Yeah.
boat screen already.
Yeah, Xoneris got some really bad RNG.
Yeah, he's taken 2 extra encounters on screens that were really tricky. The Stone Guard one has a checkout, but it's a little bit tricky. I'm not a darts player. I don't know why I'm saying a checkout, but
the stone, he got surprised as well.
yeah,
Like,
that's even
encounters, he
worse.
was just screwed. Unfortunately.
Yeah, so surprise encounters obviously means that the enemies get a full round of turns on you. If you can survive it, it does mean that maybe if you're doing like BP setups, it's okay. But if you, normally at this point in the game, when we're this low level, a surprise attack is just GG's. You have to just load your save because you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a shame, but
Yeah, luckily this game autosaves at every screen transition, so even if we don't save, we only lose like less than a minute. And yeah, we're just making our way through the world. These different countries or whatever are named really with a lot of imagination. So we're currently in the Riverlands.
I wonder why.
Yeah, and then we just went through Sandlands,
Sunshade.
which is a desert area, and then
Mountain
we're gonna go to
land.
Clifflands.
Mountain
Cliffland.
land.
Clifflands.
Mountain lands.
No, Highlands is the mountainous area.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad.
And
I'm a
this is
fake fan.
Clifflands. This is it is not mountains, it's cliffs. Clearly.
Huge difference.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got the shorelands and all that kind of stuff. It's all very straightforward.
The soundtrack's also cool. Like each area has its own instrument that's in a lot of the area and town teams, and also in the team of the character who is from that area.
I guess I'm going to be starting up Tressa 2. So when you go to a new area, make sure I start the right one. Characters will have their stories progress in certain different... Because there are 3 rings, if you will, of areas. And then there's 1 story in the beginning ring for each character, 2 in the second ring, and then 1 in the third ring. So then you get like your stories progress from there. So you want to make sure that you're on the right one, basically.
Yeah, here Tressa starts a business making, buying trash stones from the miners and polishing them to look really nice and
Yeah.
sells them.
She wants to become a famous and successful merchant.
Yes,
Capitalism.
capitalism. She knows what's up.
Yeah. And we can see Xoneris just exiting out of Clearbrook.
And we do a lot of this,
Hello, goodbye.
So this is the first instance of we kind of doing a little bit of a story and then just swapping out. So sometimes the story,
I bought the mysterious ore. Lol.
You need that.
yeah, we're gonna sell that. We're gonna sell that for a loss of 10 leaves.
I'm sorry.
It's the end of the world.
It's
dead.
this one we sell both in. Oh, we buy both in. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was wondering why it only cost 27 for that last one. I was like, oh, it's
You might as well just load an autosave, honestly.
yeah. I think you're right, mate.
Yeah, 27 leaves. That's like the
Half your money.
We are done for now. We're gonna warp out because we are in the really back end of the town, and the next objective is at the very beginning of the town.
Yeah. So we'll go back to Quarry Crest later on to continue the story, but for now we're just going to continue with what we need to do
Yes, this is
Fair
the
enough.
typical routing strat. So we usually do this like warp out of somewhere if we are far from where we need to go, and the place we need to go to is like near the start. Because you cannot warp to the same town you're in, so you have to warp somewhere else. And because we are warping somewhere else, we might as well do something there.
Is
And
it?
that's basically what
Yeah,
happens
nice.
here a lot. So we came to Stone Guard to buy some stuff.
So what I got there was an elemental augmenter and excuse me, and a mighty
Mighty
belt,
belt.
and those basically increase magic attack and physical attack respectively. So we're going to be using those just to increase just some damage that we're going to be doing for certain bosses, and it does help out. Certain fights are rooted to pretty much the damage in the worst case scenario kind of thing. So if it all goes well, it should be fine. But if it doesn't, we still clear the damage requirements, which is kind of nice.
Some fights are also really funny where you can miss the damage by like 50 or 60. Really fun fights if you get bad RNG.
Yeah, luckily those are usually covered in strategies, so that if you get the low roll, you are not
Yeah,
die.
you always have extra.
So we walk back to Quarry Crest, but we're not gonna continue Tressa's story yet. Actually, Bowie's not gonna continue that story at all.
Here I come.
It's gonna be in the next segment.
Yeah, Sunny's going to be finishing up Tressa 2 in about...
Whole light.
So like to fight. Cannot open purple chests, which are the highest tier of chests. So we want Therion early because we are gonna go to some areas with really nice loot. And we need Therion to open the chests.
This is where I'm gonna be using certain stones here and there, like M stones, throughout these kind of like certain fights here and there to clear some things. I just hope that the stones I use doesn't interfere with Sunny's segment of the run. So, mate, if I use a stone you don't like, I'm very, very sorry.
Xoneris, did you get the Mighty Belt and Ally Augmenter?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just checking. No?
So we used in the previous bosses we used a medium-sized soulstone, but now we have large ones, and this boss is gonna be
Time to teach you a
not that challenging.
Yeah,
So-
also
Out of
important
my
to
way.
note for the manner encounter and the step
Take
counter, how
this.
it works is that
Is that okay, Sunny? Like, was that fine? Sorry.
Don't start things you can't
it's not okay. You're not allowed to use soul stones. But for manner encounters, or for manner screens rather, a lot of the time the step counter does not
Let's get
reset
this over
between screens. So when you go to a different screen, the step counter sometimes doesn't reset. I think it's based on the
Out of
danger
my
level.
way.
Hank probably knows better
It's
than
based on name,
Take
I think.
this.
Yeah,
If
so
it's the same name as the previous screen, then it doesn't.
it counts as the same screen as far as the step counter is
Yes.
concerned. So that's why Bowie got an encounter here.
Yeah.
You can make it. It's
Yeah.
like maybe 1% chance.
Yeah, it's crazy to make this run.
All right, so that was Heatcoat. That was Therion's Chapter 1 boss. We used a large soulstone, which is like a nuclear weapon, basically, at this point.
Yeah, at this point, for sure.
And by the way, these medium soulstones are quite hard bombs as well. And back in Cyrus 1, we asked a little girl for the location of one. I don't know why that girl knew where it was.
Why not? Seems reasonable for a little girl
Yeah.
to know like where soulstones are.
Yeah, little girls know where the bombs are, for sure.
Exactly.
So just a brief, like, what's Therion's story about? He tried to sneak into that manor, but he got caught by Heatcoat, and Heatcoat kind of slapped this like band of shame on him, which is slapped on thieves who get caught. And in order to get it removed, he was kind of hired or recruited to hunt down these dragon stones. So he's basically just hunting down the dragon stones now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're going to once again continue the exploration and walk around a bit more. So if you have any time for a quick message or two,
Sure thing.
I'm gonna do the Japanese try.
We got a $139.05 donation from Brett Basket Case saying, "Hello from Kangaroo Land. I hope to see the Smarties Meltdown showcase. Good luck to everyone running at the event." Thank you very much for your donation.
Oh, we want to talk about Smarties Meltdown?
Oh boy, here we go.
Smarties Meltdown is sick.
I've never heard of it.
It's the greatest video game ever. You're gonna hear a lot about it after the iToy run.
Oh, now, yeah, we do that
Yeah.
now. I do that. Yeah, I do. You want them now. I thought I could get them later, but I guess.
We feed them. For the
Yeah.
next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna buy more nuts here. This is basically, this runs like an advertisement on the health benefits of nuts. And hopefully none of our characters are allergic to nuts, because that would be
Yeah,
very
not
dangerous
ideal.
in this world.
Imagine if they made that like an element in the story, where one of the characters was allergic to nuts, so you couldn't give them nuts.
That's an interesting idea. But yeah, so nuts are basically their stat boosting items, and we're going to be getting ones for resistance, magic damage, HP, all that kind of stuff. Just to kind of help certain characters survive certain things and deal enough damage. Especially for our segment, there's a lot of menus that require us to use those items on very specific characters, or they will not make it through fights. And you'll see that when Xoneris and I get to our finale, for final boss fight, which is an enemy called Drysang. That fight is pretty much down to like the tens of HP. It's very tight, and that's all because of the nut routing.
Yeah, so don't mess up the nut menus, please, because there's a possibility that we cannot finish the run if you do.
Yeah, that's why I do them after autosave.
Yeah, that's why you don't mess it up.
Yeah, true.
Right? I believe.
So now we're heading to the Cleric's
I've
Shrine.
gone way
This
too
is
far down.
probably the
Oh.
hardest screen to navigate, because it doesn't have any like indicators.
Yeah, you just have to sort of know
No,
where
yeah.
to go.
Yeah, there's like a basic. If you look on the bottom right, the compass down there gives you basic ideas of the direction something is in, but that's it. So that's what, honestly, a big part of running this game, outside of learning the fights and all that kind of stuff, is generally just knowing where you're going in areas. The amount of times I've read notes and it's just been like, get the thing. So there are 9 chests here. Which one do you want to
You
get?
should know which chest it
You
is.
absolutely should. Yeah.
There's like 2 chests that are good in most screens.
Yeah, of course.
It's like the condensed notes for experienced runners.
But that is definitely the point of that. Is like most notes, at least for this level, you're looking to figure out what you should know what you're doing before you go in.
I mean, the notes for this run are already pretty long and already massively cut down.
For a 4-hour run, the notes aren't really that bad. They could be a lot longer. They're not 100 pages of notes, at least.
Yeah, there's just a lot of the time is running around, and once you learn the running around in like 2 attempts,
Yeah.
pretty much. So you don't need to have all of that in the notes.
So speaking of knowing where you're going, I'm making my way to the Maw of the Ice Dragon and picking up 2 chests. One contains 30k and the other contains an adamantine hat. So again, 30k is the cost of veterans, which is the highest
Help you can
paid
buy?
help you can buy. Yeah, so you can get some serious bounces in. So that's basically a free hired help. Thank you. And this one here.
Yeah, and the adamantine hat is the highest magic stat boosting hat in the game. And we're gonna be doing magic damage later, so we handy.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't aware what the adamantine hat did. I just always get it.
That's the thing. Some people just, will just see notes and go, right, I will do that because the note said I should.
Yes.
Not
Must
because I
be
know.
correct.
Not because I know why I'm doing it. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing ever, but
That's fair. I mean,
I go
sometimes
fast.
that's all you need to win. That's
Yeah.
all you need.
Just find it easier to memorize things if you know what it's for.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with Enk actually about intention, about learning intention rather than input, because like for me, if I know why I'm doing something, it is easier for me to remember it at least. Yeah.
But if you only learn the inputs, you can go way faster.
No, but you can learn both. Once you learn the intent, then you can.
But
it's
once you
easier
learn
to
the input, you
remember
can learn the intent.
That's true as well. Like
I mean,
when was the vote.
I mean, bloody Zoomers, dude. We're saying the same thing. It's just about difference in preference. Jesus.
No, it's
Bottom line, just do both.
it's a difference in.
Quality. Is that what you're trying
I'm
to
looking for
say?
the better word, but sure, it's a difference in quality.
Yeah,
we
while
would say that.
we are looking for the right words, maybe there's some words
Some
to be
quick
read.
messages. Yeah, speaking of words.
Thank you, go.
Sure thing. We got a $5 anonymous donation with a comment to say thank you in Tressa's voice. However, I don't know how her voice is, so maybe some of you can help.
Yeah, sure. Thank you!
Ooh,
There you go.
there you go. You're
That's
gonna
pretty
hear
good.
that a few times during the run.
Thank you.
We are going to collect, and I'm playing in English to annoy everyone in the building, so...
Maria's dialogue, though. It's the most important English dialogue in the game.
It's true.
Yisk is trying to bait me into playing the Matthias dialogue, but
We
I'm not giving Xoneris free time, bro.
Look, he said dance through
Bowie.
time.
Bowie, I'm for a gentleman's agreement that we just both play the dialogue.
Oh, I don't know. Should I trust a Zoomer?
I'm not a zoomer!
You should always trust Zoomers.
I got bribed into being in this team.
You didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, we're all really old. That was the only way we could do it.
You just thought you were older than the rest, or you thought you were older than me,
Yeah, which
was your mistake.
I'm the youngest of the old people, so I'm automatically a zoomer.
Yeah, exactly. Have you tried just like being born a few years later?
Tell that my mom.
She was here yesterday. I should have
Yes.
asked. Should have asked.
I can't say I've met her. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm going to Master Island. We're going to be picking up a few more jobbies. The cave I was in does have some really, really good items, but unfortunately it's not necessary right now. We're purchasing these. It's all three, isn't it?
Well, it's the last two, but you can buy the first one. It's not a problem.
Oh yeah, just use it. Yeah, the Invigoration Nut is extra SP. I don't need it, but I did that last time, and then you told me last time it's only the second two, and I just belligerently did it anyway. I'm so sorry.
What a rebel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. It's not that much money. It just was like a single story category, which are really tight on money. Spending 2k extra would be like really bad. But in this category, our money routes really fluctuating because we get and spend a lot, and we have the discounts. And when we are getting to the later games, the discounts become really big. Like,
Yeah, like 22, 23,000 leaves.
Yeah, and like early discounts can be like what, like 10 leaves, which is really annoying to get because it messes up your rhythm for the menu because there's a pop-up message.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird that all the path actions have like set dialogue after you do them, so they all have their own kind of ways of like mashing, or kind of the amount of text boxes you learn to mash to get through it. Some will require pressing B a bunch of times, some will require pressing A, and it's just you get used to knowing exactly which order it is, and sometimes those extra dialogue options can just kind of cock up your rhythm, I think so.
Yeah, especially because this game has like this weird delay in a lot of inputs that you cannot press a button immediately. You gotta wait a few frames. So if you try to press the button too fast and it doesn't register, and you try to move on to the next action, then you are like just really off.
Like that.
So here we are at the actually end of the exploration section already.
Finally.
Yeah, after this we're going to start blowing some stuff up, so hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Finally going to be able to pick up our fourth character, because just like every JRPG made ever, your party can only contain 4 characters at a time.
Imagine if you could play with all 8 characters.
I'll have you know that Star Ocean, Integrity and Faithlessness has 7 characters in battle at once. And that was all they did with that game.
Yeah, it sounds like a gimmick.
It is. It was a fun battle system, though, I'll give it that.
I can't comment, never played it.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
So movement on this screen is a little bit annoying. We have to do like save and quit on the midway here. Then we go up here to the Everhold town. And then on the way down we have to save and quit again. Because this screen is just really long.
Oh, Jesus.
You'll find the save point eventually, Bowie.
Yeah, sometimes perspective in this game can be a little bit hard when you come from like, you come down or when you go up. So we're gonna go to the Everhold tunnels, also known as the Evermeme tunnels. Because this place, we get a lot of stuff from here, a lot of good stuff. But unfortunately, there's a decent chance that we get an encounter on the way to the end of the dungeon. These side dungeons, they have these like optional bosses. When you approach the boss, it gives you this prompt that, are you sure you want to fight this? And if you say no, it counts as a fight and it resets your steps. So we're just gonna touch the boss trigger here.
Don't do it to me.
And we made it. Nice.
The Everhold Tunnels run is actually not tight at all. It's super free.
It's not.
There's no chance of Xoneris messing it up. Actual 0.
We have.
It's
faith in
RNG,
this
but
guy.
yes, it's me messing up.
And you do not press up because then you will have to fight the enemy, and I cannot beat this enemy right now.
No, just throw Soul Stones at it.
Surely.
Yeah, this is a level 55 area, so yeah. It's probably
So-
gonna be a bit of a tall order.
So what we're getting in here is we're getting a ton of money, and then I just picked up the Knowledge Staff, which is a very, very powerful staff, considering the fact that it's called a Knowledge Staff, and then the Death Cleaver, which is an axe. And we're going to be getting Alfin as our 4th character. Sorry, 5th, but...
Alpha
yeah. And then we go to Noble Court. Okay, so we're going to start Therian 2. Again, we'll come back to this later. We'll do a bunch of this like loads and loads of times, but yeah. First of all, we're going to...
See, free.
We do Therian
Very
2 in like 4 parts, because there's like a dude who asks Therian to fetch some stuff, and Therian doesn't look reliable enough, so he just tells him like 1 item at a time instead of giving all 3. So we gotta... In Therian 2 we gotta like... basically ask what item we need, go get that item, then we gotta come ask for the 2nd item, get that one. So we do it in small parts because we want to warp out a lot. And here we're gonna do the first little bit of a setup menu, where we actually make Tressa a scholar and give her all the good equipment we just fetched from across the world. So Tressa actually, even though she's only like level 10 or something, she's gonna do a lot of damage now because we gave her like end game equipment.
She's got the Knowledge Staff, the Elemental Augmenter, and the Elemental Robe, and it's yeah, just a nice chunky set of raw stats. And early on in the game, raw stats just give so much, and then obviously a lot more comes from everything else. But the raw stats early on are super huge.
Yeah, in this game, equipment is a big amount of stats in general. Like even in the higher levels, your equipment is almost like half of your damage.
Now we're going to meet the actual best character in the game.
Oh,
In one of the loveliest bits of music in the game as well. This is Flame's Grace, where we can meet the best girl. This is Ophelia.
you want to play through the Best Girls prologue? Please? For me?
No.
For you,
For me.
to be fair, I should go, but I should load my save and do it just for you. I'm sorry. Here I go, loading my save right now.
Oh, yep, any minute now.
Alright, so Ophelia's story is that she's basically like adopted to this priest's family, and the priest's real daughter was supposed to go on this pilgrimage trip, but the father got sick, and then the daughter wanted to stay back and care for the father. So Ophelia ends up taking the pilgrimage instead. And it starts from this cave of origin, where she gets the fire that she's supposed to like take around the world.
It's called Aelfric's Flame, and Aelfric is like the god that they worship. And basically the pilgrimage is to light the flame of the cathedrals around the world, to bring hope to the world again.
And Xoneris is on the menu, setting up stuff.
Ooh.
And here we have Ophelia's boss fight.
Yeah. Got it.
And so one thing about these Chapter 1 bosses is that they scale up based on how many people you have, up to 4 people. So this fight is harder than the previous one, needs more damage, because the enemy has higher stats. That's the game's way of balancing the fact that you start with 1 character and you kind of grow up to 4.
Out of my way. Take this.
Not L.
Oh, did I use L? That was an
I
M.
heard.
That was an M. It was meant to be an M, but oh well. Sorry, Sonny. You're gonna need to get a fire L somewhere, bro.
He doesn't need that fire roll.
No, it's fine.
That was the one I shouldn't use. That was one of the one. That was like the one I shouldn't have used. I could have sworn it said M when I pressed that, but
It's fine.
You should load a save.
No.
It's really bad.
And it's better for us.
Alright, so next up we're gonna pick up Alphen, who is the best boy.
Yeah.
He's an apothecary and he has, like some characters have this built-in combat abilities as well that are not shareable. So Alphen has Mix ability, which is usually if you've played any RPGs, Mix is usually like super broken. In this game, it is not super broken, but it's really strong. So you can do like different healing effects with Alphen, and you can also do damage mixes, which are free multi-hits. Because the way the break system works, multi-hits are
They need
good
one
because
M
they
stone or
knock-
two.
Just one.
They knock down more shields. So Alphen can knock 2 shields down with really small investment of any element. And apothecaries also have, they use axe, and they have the amputate skill, which is one of the strongest physical attacks available to basic classes. And Alphen's story is basically when he was a boy, he was healed from a really bad disease by a wandering apothecary. And he kind of wants to repay the favor to the world. So he also wants to become this wandering apothecary who just helps people.
Better roll up the sleeves.
Better roll up the sleeves. Shadow L.
Take this.
This is 2M.
What's the big idea?
Oh no, poison breath.
Right, there's the Fire M.
Take this.
Shucks.
Can we get some applause for the fire emblem, please?
I think we're all good.
I can't.
Blizzard's fine.
Hold yes.
Alright, so that was Alphen's chapter 1 boss. And then we're gonna do like one of the first big menu here, where we use a lot of nuts. And we hope we don't use the wrong ones.
Mm-hmm.
No way. That doesn't happen.
Surely
I've
that
seen
won't
Bowie
happen.
do this menu multiple times. It's fine. So we're gonna first buy a little bit of stuff here.
Essence of Great. Injurious Seed times 11 and up to 2 healing herbs.
And then the nuts. So we're gonna feed all the magic related nuts to
Nourishing to Tressa. Nourishing M to Ophelia times 2. Invigorating to Ophelia. She can get 2 for that. Fortifying to Therian. Yep. Magic M to Ophelia. 1, 2, 3. And resistance to Tressa.
Nice.
There you
Those
go.
all nuts correct.
Okay, Tressa needs to unequip all.
And then we're gonna switch our damage dealer from Tressa to Ophi. So we remove the stuff we had on Tressa and give it to
then
Ophi.
Oph.
And then we give like the physical damage stuff to Alphen because, as it said, he's the apothecary who can use axes, and we got a really strong axe from the Evermean tunnels.
Oh my god, please. Menu. Blizzard. Sorry, the menu's gone down here. Alphen needs amputation.
And
then
it's the amputation skill.
become a warrior. And then Therian needs armor corrosive and become a dancer for Peacock Strut.
So armor corrosive is an important skill, especially in single stories. It's a debuff that lowers the enemy's defense against physical attacks. And the hard help skills that we are going to be using in the early game, they do physical damage. And Peacock Strut on Dancer is a buff that increases the magic damage of the recipient. So both of those are important for our damage calculations. And now we have 5 characters. We recruited Alphen. This is going to be our main party for most of the run.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Alphen is in like the quote-unquote rotate slot. So Ophi, Tressa, and Therian are going to be in the party all the time. And then the last character is going to rotate based on whose story we're doing.
Yes.
And when we are not doing any one particular story, it's going to be Alphen. And now we're heading out to do Ophelia's second chapter. So we are actually going to do our first like chapter 2 boss. And that will be a little bit more complicated than just throwing a few stones. So, but before we do that, if there's anything to read, this is a good time to do it
Did you do the
before we
menu
start
stars?
explaining the chapter.
No?
Not yet.
Sick.
No encounter.
Hanky, go.
Yeah. We currently got no donations. However, I just wanted to say what your donations can do for. So, for example, a $50 donation can keep 10 out-of-school children from going hungry during a pandemic, or with $50, you can pay for the attendance of an entire village school in a country like Uganda, including the cost of teachers, training, and the salary, supplies, and curriculums. With $55, it's even enough to provide a family with 2 children with food for 3 weeks. And with $70, for example, you could help a victim of violence with access to legal help or safe shelter. So all your donations, which are going for safer children, do something good.
And that's actually appropriate for Ovi's chapters, because in this chapter we are actually helping out some kids as well. Maybe
true.
Ovi works for Save the Children.
She definitely would if she could.
Yeah, that's for sure. So this it's not just having this some fight over a lost item, and Ovi's is kind of mediating. And unfortunately, one of the kids runs off to the woods because that's where they dropped the item, and they're gonna be attacked by a small dog.
Small dog.
Yeah, small dog.
What's the name of the small dog?
Claude Vidnia.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. That's about it.
Pretty good.
How much have you practiced?
None at all.
None?
It's not that hard. Come on.
It's not really hard.
I mean, to be fair, I know I get the stereotype. I'm British, so of course I would
Yeah, you're
understand other
British.
languages, but you know.
Yeah.
Sorry to ruin that idea.
I mean, it's mostly true.
It is, to be fair.
All right.
No smoke without fire, as they say, right?
Here we also are finally not afraid of encounters anymore, so we are strong enough to kill these tier 2 encounters. And we will do this because we need EXP and JP. So a lot of the advanced skill in this category is about knowing how many encounters you need to kill and when.
Yeah.
We have rough idea in the notes, where you usually should kill encounters. And we do it here because these are almost unavoidable. You can get through the previous screen without an encounter sometimes, but this one's impossible. So we kill both of these encounters. It's gonna give us...
Jesus. What a run, dude.
Whoa.
I think that's the first I've ever... Oh, brilliant. Yeah, let's go, dude.
We are fine, though. At this point, we have high enough defense that even though the enemies get to take turns, our people shouldn't die. And
Hell
we
yeah,
just use
dude.
a large stone here.
Take this.
I hope that you don't need that one as well, mate. Like,
All the stones you have now, other else can be used.
just the fire one is the one I'm
You
active.
use the one you shouldn't have. So
Yeah, of
now
course.
you can use the rest.
Sweet. Free game. Let's go. Okay.
Just make sure you have 2 L's for dry sand.
Yeah, of course.
2 levels for Christ's sake.
Lose to you.
Alright, so this is the small doggo. It has 5 shields,
You will not. Let's
and we're gonna poke down its shields real fast.
1 and then 2 swords.
And then we're gonna do damage with the Blizzard. So Ophi does a decent chunk of damage because she has all the high endgame gear. And
Now-
Alphen also does a decent chunk of damage because he has the Death Cleaver and Amputation. And then you're gonna see the veterans in action. So we're gonna pay 30k to a bunch of old men, and then they're gonna do our job for us, basically. So enjoy capitalism.
And that is rooted in, so if the armor corrode, because armor corrosive decreases enemies' defense, that's rooted into that if Alphen goes first, we still get the kill. The idea, or it's ideal obviously if our armor corrosive goes first, but we still get the kill anyway. So that's where the Death Cleaver really helps out. That extra damage.
So that was Ophi's chapter 2. We saved the kids.
Yeah, we now actually need to complete all the stories that we're doing with Ophi because we're going to be clearing her story completely and then starting up a little bit of another one before going after Dry Sang and finishing it off.
Yes.
It's like a very special reason why Ophi is the first character that gets finished.
Yes,
Yeah.
so whenever you finish chapters, especially chapter 4s, some new side stories that were related to the main story open up. And they have some really nice rewards that we want. And we especially want the one that opens up after we have completed Ophelia's story. We're gonna talk about it when we get there. But now we're just gonna do Ophelia's chapter 3. This is another chapter we do in 2 parts because we end up in a really... we end up north of the town and we need to be inside of the town at some point. Not quite yet. We're gonna actually help another kid here. So Ophi definitely would work for Save the Children.
And then we're gonna, after we do this, because we're gonna be ending up this section all the way on the north side. We're gonna just go to another area and do something else, and then come back. I think one of the more interesting bits, because we are gonna be taking a fight that's very, very high level again on the way up. So we're gonna go back to Still Snow, do another quick menu, and then make our way up to the northern reaches. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now, if you have any messages, probably be fine.
Is it now?
Just
yeah.
a bit of running, a lot of running.
Sure
Still
thing.
Snow.
So we got a $10 donation from Green Snowdog saying Smarties.
Smarties.
And with that said, we have the incentive for the Smarties Meltdown and the showcase and demonstration. Currently, we have $1,064 reached from $2,250. So give in your donations, and if you have something you want to give it for, there's this incentive you can do it.
Yeah. So donate to them, send them. Yeah. Smarties Meltdown. It's really cool.
Arrow Storm, and
I
then
bet it is.
learns Last Stand.
So in this menu we do more job things. We give Tress a warrior. We don't actually like have her on warrior, but we want the warrior passive skill cover, which is pretty common RPG skill. Which if you have cover, you will take hits from.
Oh, Ophi needs evasive.
If you have allies on red HP, you will cover for them against physical attacks, which is really important so we don't die to the upcoming encounter. And we also give Alphen Warrior for the same reason, and also he gets the skills that will be used later. But right now he's gonna be our second merchant because we want 2 people with hired help and donate PB. So donate PB is a skill that transfers boost points from the merchant to another character.
It's broken.
It is broken because we have like 2 people equipped with high damage, and they get the most use out of BP. So if we donate BP to them, we do more damage.
That's bad.
That's fine.
That is rude as hell. Wow.
My turn now.
Press and defend and break.
Have this.
Oh, but you don't have an extra soul stone, so defend.
I need to hide help first.
No, defend, because you don't want to break this time.
I don't want to break on this turn.
Yeah, because now, break
What?
now. So
Break.
you can still like arrange the kill for the next time, hopefully.
Just use the all.
1 second.
Just use
Yeah, 1 second. You're talking too much. It's not making me focus. Like so.
Alright.
I just needed to know what I was doing. Okay, so Ophi is gonna go for
You can rest now.
yeah, res now, and then get the.
If Tyrion pops up before Ophi, then it's fine.
Bring
He
it
did.
on.
Alright, just kill next time with Lightning Blast. Use
All right.
Oh, do you not have enough?
Slightly unfortunate.
Peacock strut.
Nope. Should be fine, maybe.
My turn.
Yeah, this fight can get a little bit
Sure.
sketchy if we get ambushed. So we had to do a little bit of on-the-fly routing there.
Good
Or
backup.
strategizing.
Cheers. Sorry, I just had to focus on that one. It was a bit weird. It's a little bit all over the place. This is the thing. Like the big part of this game, as was being mentioned earlier, is knowing your checkouts on fights, and if things go wrong, how you can like recover from it. The backup strats are incredibly important. So, empowering necklace and nothing else from you, and then everything from you.
Yeah, here we're actually buying some items that sell for money, because he sells them for less than they sell at the shop. I don't know why. He's just not very good with valuable items, I guess.
Tressa, surely first, right? Surely.
No surprise.
Surely.
Whoa!
Necklace.
That's rare.
This, he can do it.
Excellent.
Doing another menu with nuts.
It's going to be on Ophi, and then resistance on Tressa. Gold Shore.
And we're gonna go finish Ophilas Chapter 3, and if there's any messages you want to read at this point, it'd be a good time.
Damn. So she'll throw an L.
What?
To throw an L.
Probably.
M. There's Quad in the back just being like, throw a bloody M-stone! Good gods!
M would have probably been enough.
Okay. Can't remember if, yeah, I can just mash that, but okay, good. I'm trying to remember the checkout on this fight actually. Is it just, it's sword I think for the bats, or bow, or arrow storm can do it, and then the usual peacock strat, but donate, blast.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just running through this cave, so if there's any donations to be read, go right ahead.
Sure thing. We got a $30 donation from Tony's mom saying, Le Man is the best traveler.
What?
Wow.
I don't remember the checkout for this.
You can probably just defend Peacock and kill them.
No, you will not.
Defend with what? What?
Peacock. I think it's gonna be enough. It's not enough. Just throw an M-stone.
Oh, is it really enough? Or yeah, I guess I can throw an M. I can.
Probably like not yet. Afterwards.
Oh my god.
Throw it.
Cats.
Oh.
Here I go. Thunder. Ring out.
That'll do. Okay.
I can hear Sunny and
It's because like yeah, you guys back there are talking as well. I'm just like, which one of my commentators do I listen to here, lads? Come on.
Listen to me.
Yeah. Alright, we made it through that fight.
I should have been. Everyone got a level up. Yeah. That I think is that when I've been doing my practice, that's the one fight I never got, so I don't actually know that checkout.
I will stop you.
Alright,
here
so
and
here's
now.
the chapter 3 fight. So this is higher level than the dog,
Spear MM.
but this one is really scripted as well.
Alfin defends. Stress a spear MM.
Here I go. Yeah.
Bring it on.
So basically the same strats. We're gonna use
My turn.
hired help
I
to
see.
break both of them, and then we're gonna use veterans to do damage
Here we go.
and round the damage off with Ophelia's spells. And the thing Bowie just mentioned about leveling up, so whenever you level up in this game, you get full HP and SP. So we're gonna be paying attention to the level ups, because if we get a level up, it means we don't need
I
to
see.
worry about healing, and that's good. And especially in later
the second
phases the
weakness
run,
of this
we're
thing.
gonna worry about our
Win?
SP a lot.
I'm hearing win.
Here I go.
Lightning blast and then vets for me to finish up the shady figure. And dude, that's it for me. Yeah. So again, the managing the armor corrosive is very important, obviously, for making sure you can maximize the damage. So that's why I do 2 on one and then 1 on the other. So because the more you boost, the longer the debuff lasts. So it's able to last for both enemies.
Yeah.
Enough turns.
Another thing you can notice when Xoneris does the fight is that how we really get everything out of our boost points. So we use 2 pomegranates on that fight to give two sets of 2 boost points to Alphen. And at the end of the fight, we have like 1 boost point left on all the party members together. So you can pay attention to that and just see how tight the BB is usually rather in these fights.
Okay. So now we're done here. I'm going to warp to Noble Court, and eventually Xoneris will too when he finishes up there. We do a bunch of stuff in Noble Court. We're actually going to start up Therian's, I think we've already started up as 2.
Yeah.
And we're going to just do a few things here. I'm going to quickly grab those thieving tips and tricks which increase your chances of stealing items. I'm going to push the story a little bit, and then I'm going to pick up. I'm going to use Ophelia's path action, which is guide. So this is all level based. I'm going to guide an aspiring actor, and I'll finish that later because we need to push Kit's story a little bit. He's now he's wandering. He's here obviously in Noble Court, and if we give him an actor, that actor will go to the the Impresario outside, and it will kind of finish up that second one, and then we're going to go to Victor's Hollow.
Yeah, so basically Ophi's path action is the ability to guide people, and they will follow us.
Yeah, and
we guide them.
They
basically just take this actor and go to a really dangerous forest area with him.
Yeah, so what you can also do, I mean, sometimes you'll guide people for like side quests, like we're doing here with kit stuff, but also you can use use it for like combat. So certain characters will have really good skills, and actually, I think it's for one of the I think for Primrose's story, we actually want to guide a very high level character who can do big hits.
Menu.
Forgot this here.
Yeah, you forgot that one.
Yeah.
You managed.
It's not the hardest fight, it's okay.
Oh,
Just
okay,
down one
okay,
M.
dude. Yeah. Tyrion survived with how much HP? 3? 4?
2?
2?
Planned?
plenty of HP.
Alright, so here
Not even close.
we do another 7 quit because this screen is just barely too long, even though the remaining section is like 30 steps, but it's just too dangerous to do without 7 quit.
Don't want to guide you at all. No, not at all.
Got him.
Curious.
So we're just gonna buy some stuff in this town. So again, if you have any messages to read or donations, then now would be a good time before we move on to
Addy.
Yeah, sure thing. We got a $25 donation from the Blacktastic, giving a heart.
Cheers, Bobby.
Legendary speedrunner.
We're going to push a little bit of story here in Therians again. We're just hitting all of the check marks whilst we can, whilst we're just doing things on the way. And then now I've still got the aspiring actor. I'm going to hand him over and continue that. And the reason we do this now is that when you finish this side quest with Kit, we actually place ourselves outside of Noble Court with the impresario. They move on, we get some money, and we're actually on our way to to Whisper Mill, which is Ophelia's 4th and final chapter for her story. It turns out as well that basically she met up with her sister Liana in Goldshore, and it seems that she has been wooed, let's say, by an evil man, and actually kind of been tempted by the dark side of sorts. So we're going to try and save her, basically.
Marius is a good guy. He's just misunderstood.
Yeah, he kind of put himself across as like a traveling merchant selling stuff. He's like selling like weapons, I think it was, something like that. I'm just a regular arms merchant. Nothing to worry about. Arrowstorm is guaranteed 2 hits, and the rest are all RNG. These things are weak to bow, so we can guarantee that. And then I'm going to use Peacock Strut again just to finish this fight off, so to confirm this kill.
this is another fight that's always guaranteed to be the same. So this is a good grind fight to do, because we always know what it is. So it's the same thing with the lizards when we went to North.
Oh.
That is nasty.
Comfy.
Xoneris got some bad RNG on the way to Duskbarrow, which can happen.
But yeah, I think that's where we have 1 extra L stone for, so you can pop an L stone there, I think, like the lightning or something, if you wanted to try and go for the break there as well, yeah.
Did I flee?
What, do you flee? I don't know.
You
What do you
can,
wanna do?
but you...
Kill or flee? Kill or flee? Kill or flee?
Kill.
I
kill
want to
it.
get 11 M grapes and then 11 herbs of clamor.
Pick one. That's a speed run.
Alright, so we're gonna sell for quite a lot of money here,
And then you're equipping the ring.
because as you have seen, we like to pay money to old men, so we don't have to work.
So yeah, welcome to the first ever crowd control run of Octopath Traveler.
Okay, so yeah, that final menu. We were getting the grape M's there, but good healing. It's 1,000. Oh gosh, yeah, you're right. That's the one time I didn't do that. I always do that, but anyway. So the grape M's heal 1,750 HP, and it's actually very important for the dry sang fight and for different bits and pieces here and there. But it is a good item to use. And the herbs of clamor basically heal silence, which if that happens to Ophi, who's a magic user. We need to heal her, so they just come in handy. And also, there's a fight in Primrose's story, which just, yeah, I think there's a move which just silences the entire party. So Clamor is very good there for
We will,
helping everyone out.
unless something goes wrong, we're not gonna see that move. But
Can happen.
Simeon should be fine.
But he
Yeah.
also uses silence at the first phase.
Yeah.
One target.
Simeon is not at all an RNG fight.
No, not in.
Well, I mean, less in this, obviously, but like, you know,
Way
if
less.
if you saw me trying to do Primrose last,
Oh, no.
In winter.
Single story is different.
yeah.
The Xoneris Kid Quest.
Oh, right.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so we're coming up on Ophi's final set of fights. We have these fanatics who control us pretty hard.
Peacock. Yeah, if they use double Greater Soulstone, I'm in some
Yeah,
trouble
they're
here.
basically gonna show us how it feels like to be thrown to stone nukes at, but they didn't do it. Oh, not different. That's supposed to be.
Yes.
Light.
That's fine, though. We can make this work. Because...
Yeah,
Yeah.
easy.
You just kill on turn 3. That's fine. Just
Yeah.
Here and down.
Yeah, defend here. And
You
then,
can poke spear on. Oh, this needs a sword, actually. Never mind.
I can't do that. One second. Higher top, do it to a Merc. It doesn't matter.
I just fully light with Ophi on turn 2 and Peacock.
Well, no, I can just break here on the
Yeah.
second turn.
Oh.
I'll get my money's worth.
Because she's... And then I'll just re-Peacock. And then
Yeah.
it's fine.
Well then, no, you will not.
Here goes nothing. Peacock strut.
Yeah, this fight can troll you because if they throw 2 Greater Soul Stones,
Prepare yourself.
Alphen's gonna die, and that makes the fight slower because you have to resurrect your
Hope I've
people.
grown more able.
Because only live people get EXP and JP, we cannot afford to have anyone dead at the end of any fight.
You doing the voice lines? Yeah. Let us catch up a bit.
I'll do that. I'll do the first one.
Well, you only get to have the first one.
Pretty words you like. You know the truth. She will never again know the happiness she once did.
Why
Oh.
do you rob? I said the first line is all you're getting, bro. Okay.
Alright, so this is a chapter 4 boss, and we are level, maybe like level 20.
I'll do my best. No, you will not.
Here goes nothing.
Concoct Injurious Seed. Add a wart for double light to bring him down to 2. Blizzard's ready to go.
Nice EI proc.
Out of my way.
Okay, and then Therion's going to use Armor Corrosive 2.
I see.
And then it's going to be Blizzard, Pom M on the Merchant.
Well then,
Blizzard to break.
roasted my blizzard.
Therion will Pom M the Merchant, which is Tressa.
All right.
You're going to HB 3. Only a 3, because we need to do... And then we're going to do a 4 afterwards. So Pom M Tressa. He's going to do a 3.
I'll get my
So basically, we are paying 120k to win this fight.
My turn.
Therion's going.
my
This is pay to win.
thunder.
Like, Ophi contributes like 6,000 damage,
Let's get
and then the veterans do like 100,000 damage or something.
That's it could be more.
And it's important to make sure that it's 4, 3, 3, and 3 because the damage scales differently based on the how many times you do it. So it's if you do like 4, 4, 3, and 1, it doesn't work out. You don't get the kill. So
It's a really good Ophi 4. Ophi 4 is a chapter that can definitely troll you a lot. Like, you can get encounters on the screens, and you can get stoned by the cultists. But none of those things happened.
No funny Marius RNG.
Yeah, Marius can also double tap. Like, he can hit one person twice and kill them.
Yeah.
It can only happen if he does the attack first, because we have cover set up. So if he does the spell first, then whoever's on red will be covered by someone else. But if he does the attack first, the spell cannot be covered.
as a quick one as well, at the end of every single story, you get these lovely screens which shows like the heart of the story and what it's all about. So there's Ophi with her sister. Very, very sweet.
All right. Greater Soulstone Xoneris. Yeah. Yep, that's one.
It's fine.
Oh,
Second
dear.
one.
Surely not a second one.
Oh, thank God.
Easy.
Yeah. No funny meme.
No comedy, says Sunny in the background. Like,
Yeah, we call these guys comedians because it's very funny when they throw soulstones at you and kill your run.
it's the funniest thing in the world, yeah.
I'm laughing.
Okay. So Alfin has fairly lengthy cutscene segments for his stories. He's an interesting character. Takes a long time to figure stuff out, but again, earlier we scrutinized an old man in Goldshore, and actually it gives us a Thunder L by the boat here, so we never actually grab it until now because this story brings us to the beach, so it's a good idea to grab it now rather than later.
Optimal movement.
Dare I say that was good routing going on there.
I wonder who routed
Routing.
this.
The community, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a community effort, but
Yeah,
now
it always
a
is.
lot of people have contributed to this route.
Can you imagine if there's this one game out there where there's like, no, it's not. It's like all this one dude. It's like
It's all me.
this one person just like knackers the game, and everyone's like, oh my god, we couldn't possibly contribute to this.
Like, there's so many things that you can come up with for this game because of the open structure. It's just easy to someone to like miss something or just not get an idea, and then someone else comes with the idea. Or like, because this game has a lot of categories as well. We have the single story.
Oh fuck!
That's okay.
We have the single stories, and we have half games, which do like 4 characters, all
Just here.
stories.
Just
Break.
with the merchant? Like sword?
Break.
What?
Break Maddie.
Yeah, with what?
I don't know what
With
Maddie's weak to.
Purifying dust.
With sword?
Injuries.
Sword
Axe.
axe.
Yeah, that one. I don't run Ophi.
Matthias' scepter. Giant's club. Black staff. I need to sell the master's longbow as well. I use a lot of money here, so we need to get to 80,000 plus in order to continue for our final fight. Vets.
That was a sick vets.
Shut up.
While Xoneris is doing vets, we are picking up the friendship badge, which is this side quest comes available after we finish Ophelia 4, and it gives us the badge of friendship, which gives us 50% more job points when we win fights. And
Can we
that is rather handy.
Can we
I
let
don't know what to do.
I was gonna say, yeah, can we let Yisk support?
Probably
support.
healed Ophi and went for a second break. Because I don't think Ophi survives this. He will? Alright. We just have to believe. Oh, yeah, you're good.
Easy.
Super good. Yeah, just kill him now.
Just kill him, bro.
Just kill him.
Okay, so I have the badge of friendship now.
To Tressa?
So yeah, Matthias is a tricky fight. It can go awry.
X.
Axe.
3? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, got it.
And then Ophi breaks.
Right.
AC, vets, vets. Easy. You got it. Yeah.
Easy.
So that's what happens if you mess up a fight. You have to get legendary speedrunner quadraaceps to play for you for a bit.
Quadraaceps.
The quadraaceps.
The quadraceps, indeed.
Yeah, you gotta phone him immediately if you mess up a fight.
Okay, so all nuts to Ophelia here. Equipment. Alfin needs to take off the enchanted circlet, and then Tressa needs the badge of friendship.
Tressa should be able to kill with X3 vets.
Jobs. Alfin needs to go to
Hopefully?
2 more merchant
Oh
skills.
no, like it's yeah. Not hopefully.
The warrior. He's warrior.
should.
now. Therian needs 2 more dancer. 1 dancer skill.
Easy.
Easy. Wasn't even hard.
How
like,
do you know that backup? That's crazy.
it's almost like I had an inspiration.
A voice in your head.
Yeah.
So how far behind are we?
Thief.
It's fine.
Is it?
You will manage. You will carry.
Sure.
First skills.
So we're doing another rather long menu here, which maybe we'll describe it when Xoneris does it, because we are almost done here.
Put skills.
Snatch. Okay, yeah, so I just did my last big kind of like menu thing, really. Set up all my characters for the big fight against Dreisang later on. which we're coming up to. And so yeah, everyone's now in their jobs. So Alfin's a warrior, Therian is my secondary merchant, and Tressa is now a dancer. And so yeah, that's just my setup for the rest of it.
Check how many L-stones you have in the next fight. If you don't have 2, you can't use one. If you have 3 L-stones here, you can use 1 to kill the fight.
You only need 1 L-stone for racing.
Let's see what you got.
You need 2.
No. You only need 1.
What to do?
I've got
Yeah,
loads.
you have 5.
4. Yeah, you dupe 1, I think.
Do that, yeah.
Try this on for size.
Sap speed, huh? That works out for you, doesn't it?
My best. No, you will not.
No, you will not. I didn't use Peacock, but I think that's going to be fine as long as I merchant.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Here you go.
Here goes nothing.
Just for the lols.
It's gonna miss.
I was just, you know, what if it didn't, Enk? What if it didn't?
If it did hit, it still does nothing because they die anyway.
No.
Yeah, but it would have been fun, is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's true.
I know I'm a boomer, but I can have fun.
No.
No.
Sorry.
You're on
We're
team
speedrunning.
boring. Come on.
With speedrunning, we can't have fun.
Sorry.
So amputation, as strong as it is, it has actually really bad accuracy. So that's why I knew it's gonna miss. But
But what if? What if the dream comes true, Enk? Just once.
I mean, I've done that actually. I did a YOLO amputation in a bad fight in Rogues, and it hit and won the fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Just gotta get a 3% steal for the memes.
Yeah, but usually we you use amputation on broken targets because they can't evade.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Therian didn't fail. Oh my lord.
Tyrion did an 80% steal without failing. This is almost cause
Impossible.
for applause.
Yeah.
Nourishing and tough. We don't need the crit nuts. That should be, yeah, warp to Victor's Hollow. Okay, this is my final bit then. Where now that we've done everything, I'm going to make my way to the Shrine of the Art of the Shrine of the Elmagus. Shout out to Elmagus, who's currently doing the restream in German. So thank you, mate. Dankeschön.
Is he?
Yes.
Interesting.
So we're going to go to the Shrine of the Archmagus, not the Elmagus, and we're going to get a few items. We're going to get 20k. We're going to get some jam. Love some jam. The revitalizing jam is a busted item. Both of the jams, refreshing and revitalizing, and nuts. And then also a wizard's rod as well. So hopefully I don't get an encounter because this game is poo.
No. That's
GG's.
yeah, easy.
I have got that encounter before. It made me very upset.
It do be like that. In the shrine, we are guaranteed to get an encounter, and we usually want to kill it unless it's a hulking revenant, also known as comedian, because it's even though it's a bigger enemy and has more like stats, it doesn't give quite as much JP as the group enemies.
What is
And
this run?
killing it is a bit too much for what we currently have. Alright, this
I'll
is
make
fun.
this quick.
Nice.
I will not be defeated.
I guess it's the same as always.
No, you will not. It's my
Fantastic.
turn now.
Dancer. Not mole dance, jeez.
Peacock's rush.
And then I want to defend with you to break, don't I?
Yeah.
I don't need to break?
You don't use defend and last stand like for a little bit extra damage.
Last stand, he's got full HP.
It doesn't matter, it still does a nice chunk of
Here
damage.
you go.
So that should be enough to kill then.
Might survive, but
Prepare yourself.
Oh,
it should have been Blizzard.
Blizzard. Yeah.
Oh, Blizzard, you're right, yes.
Just does an M-stone. Or
That's
fire
fine,
arrow.
that's fine. I
You have like
Ice and-
you have an extra L, right?
Try this on for size.
Oh, mate, come on, bro.
No.
Amputation for the
Without
memes.
Break check.
Whack with the axe. Or last. Easy.
That should give us all level ups. And we're set up to go. I'm going to save here just in case. But
Yeah.
did I get the rod? I didn't. Yeah, I need to grab it. I had a really... You should never be that close to the rod before your encounter, I don't think. Like, I've had some really crazy runs here.
Yeah, you've had like mad step RNG.
Keep it up for me.
Xoneris has also had some mad step
So
RNG.
Bo is entering the Drysang fight. This is one of the longest fights in the run.
This fight is 100% free, no pressure at all.
You ready for this?
Yeah, this fight is scripted as long as all the menus before this have been correct. We should always win with the same strat. So let's see how Bowie does.
We'll find out.
Let him focus.
It's going to be on Tressa.
Oh.
It's the L on Therian.
Let's do this. Let me help.
And Spearhead to bring Alf into the front.
Here goes nothing. Get the
Into
point?
Thousand Spear to hopefully get the break. Well, should get the break.
All right.
Warrior, 1,000 spears.
1,000 spears.
1,000 spears, bro! Okay, and now we're going to heal with Ophelia here, with a Grape M. With a Grape M. This is very important to do this. So the first merchant is going to use Vets. The second merchant will then re-L the first one, back up to max. Then Tressa's going to collect afterwards.
Let's do this. Let me help.
I'm ready. Are you? Someone
I'm ready. Are you?
I'll do my best.
Yeah, you will. Wind.
Take this.
So we're going to use the Devil Wind just to get 10k damage off of these two just to help out. Thunder L there.
How do you like
And then
this?
collect with Tressa, and you'll see why. So thank you! Get them ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's a big dono from Mr.
Yeah. Thank you, Drysang, for 80k. So Ignis Ardare, and this is why we use all those nuts. So we just about survive. Okay, so Ophelia on this one. This is where she defends. We're going to re-up the Armor Corrosive, I believe, on this turn. Yes, we are. Then Sword 4, and Thunder M with Tressa to allow the break. So, or Wind M, sorry. Wind or Thunder, either one works. And then 4 swords.
Alrighty.
Prepare yourself.
Lightning Blast. Now this is the really cool one, to be honest. This is super sick. So we're going to use double vets. So Tressa and Therian have no BP, but he's not dead yet. However, that does not matter because after I do this, Alfin's going to use his really powerful ability, Concoct. I'm going to use a Purifying Dust and an Essence of Pomegranate to give everyone 2 BP. And now we finish it off with a beautiful move from Alfin.
Get down to work.
Last stand. Very nice.
Sunny should be getting ready.
And then we finish it off with veterans. We'll have 7k left at the end of it. Drysang will go down. And
Prepare yourself. Thunder.
my section is over.
Good job.
Done.
Someone
Oh dear, I'm all caught up.
Oh,
Yep, no worries.
oh.
Good, we're good.
Just switching around a bit.
Sorry about that.
We definitely did not practice the.
Yeah, but that was the bit we needed to practice.
Alright.
All right, welcome, Bowie.
Hello.
Sunny
Alright,
Muffin.
well, Bowie uses like really scuffed controls.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm scum. I'm sorry. So this is the thing is because we're Team Boomer, we have to have it our way or no way at all. So he just needs to sort out his controller and also maybe change it to Japanese because you're a weeb.
No, I don't.
Good man.
I don't do Japanese.
That means we get to hear more. Thank you. I think.
We get
but
to hear more of Haunted voice lines.
yeah. Are you all good there?
Yeah, we are good.
Sweet.
Alright, let's do it to it.
Excellent.
You want to wait like 10 seconds?
Yeah, I can chill.
Thanks.
10 seconds?
Yeah.
You want more?
Yeah. I want like 3
How about
minutes.
3 minutes?
preferably.
Quarry Crest.
Oh, and you use the scuff.
Go pet the dog and,
All right, we got to fix.
Can
one
you
more
change?
thing.
Can you change that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You change your travel banter.
It's unequip.
You're unequipped. Yeah. So okay, we're good. We have the proper controls. So yeah. I'm Sunny Muffin. I'm gonna be running segment 2 here.
So yeah, the second segment. Now that so Drysang is the Archmagus, and you get the ability or the job Sorcerer, and the Sorcerer is a big chunky boy. It covers every single element, and they all hit 3 times, and they have amazing names like Tonitrus Canair, Lux Congarir. It's awesome. And basically, we're going to be blowing a lot of stuff up with that eventually. So first off, we're going to crack on with. We started a bunch of Tressa 2, so we're just going to carry on and finish that up a little bit. Or do a little, just crack on with a little bit of that first. We are going to put Ophelia into Sorcerer because, again, she is the damage. Because she's Ophelia.
Nice.
You looking forward to this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's gonna be
I'm just
great.
going to go grab my water, mate. Sorry. So jobs first of all into Sorcerer. We're going to get Lux. and Elemental Break. Elemental Break is a brilliant move that reduces the elemental defense of enemies, which further boosts this. This is one of those games that just has a lot going for it in terms of like the things that you can do to maximize your damage. So incidental attack there as well is not what you...
No, you definitely
you
want
want
incidental attack.
Unequipped item, yeah, for heightened senses. Precipience and Show Goes On. So Show Goes On increases buffs by like an extra turn, and Percipience, I'm trying to remember what Percipience is.
It makes it so, I believe...
Is that the overheal?
You can flee from encounters better.
Oh, okay, it's fleeing, cool.
Yeah.
So off we go into...
no encounter. Loggers.
There we go. No, you can't use that word, you're a boomer.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that was
that was delightful.
Mighty delightful, yeah.
You guys have to say Pog Champ. That's the boomer way, yeah.
Xoneris is about to start Draysang.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Watch Xoneris' screen. What I'm doing is boring.
Yeah.
He's just doing Omar and...
Let's do this, Xoneris.
Come on.
Yep. Don't touch me.
Ready or not, here I come.
The song is so good.
You're safe to save.
Yep.
No, you don't.
Ignis Ardere.
What a queen. Ignis Ardere.
I am not made for such battles.
Oh, you are. This run is going to show you she most certainly is. Okay. Nice break on Xoneris' side. So yeah, he's going to be setting up. So he's going to be dealing some damage so that the collect... The reason we do a vets as first as well is that the collect is going to be better, a higher chance. The less HP an enemy has, the higher chance a collect is. So the vets come out first on this turn, then we repom and then collect.
Peacock strut.
Here goes nothing.
One thing that's great about this game is that the designs. I do like the fact that the bosses are huge. We're really kind of going back to that like old school era of FF where like bosses were just massive for no reason.
My God. Here you go.
Donate the beeps to the bay,
Here I go.
and then good fight. Everything's gone.
That was crazy, Sonny.
For you.
Sick.
Well, prepare yourself. Oh, sacred
Ah,
light.
missed the range. Oh well.
That's all right. We have some backup
No,
damage
you don't. All right.
in our boy.
What to do?
You okay there, bud?
Try this on for
Also, please remember that I bodied a fire L.
Yeah,
So
yeah, we're good.
just-
We're good.
How is that?
Off to Victor's Hollow with us. As you can see on Xoneris' side, he just about survived, and that's just where all that resistance gem. So we gave like 3 resistance nuts to Tressa, so she just about survives because her magic defense is
We
crap.
got an achievement.
Oh yeah, yeah. So they're playing on my Steam here, and I definitely played too much of the Switch version, so I couldn't be asked to play this all the way through. I just did my speed.
One full run of Galdera.
Not on Steam yet. No, not on Steam. I know it's really bad. I just focused on my bit. It's the bit that was important to me. I don't give a crap about this section. I'm not running it.
Well, how do you know what to talk about?
Because I generally have run like the game before, and I know what's generally going on.
All right. Should be about
Is he dead yet?
almost.
Should be. It's a bit harsh, mate. He's your teammate.
He's actively sinking our team.
There we go. So there's the veteran soldiers coming out, and that's going to be a smiling face emoji from Xoneris into the camera, ideally.
A big smile.
Big smile. There we go. There we go. He's done.
It would have
GG's.
been really awkward if he didn't die right there.
Yeah.
GG's.
So whilst Team Boomer are very good, obviously, and use controllers, now that we're done with all the controllers, the young'uns are going to come in and start using keyboard of all things.
Oh, dude, I don't know.
I have no idea how that
Imagine
works.
running. My keybinds are wrong. Oh, it doesn't matter.
I can't wait for like an absolute like epic like knackering of a fight later on here.
All right. Good
How
luck,
are you,
Yisk.
Quadraaceps?
Hello, Bowie.
This is the Quadraaceps, by the way.
Hello,
Yeah,
everybody.
very legendary
Great.
speedrunner.
All right, nice to join you in the commentary, Bowie.
It's a pleasure. A pleasure. This kind of section here, this like old seafarer here, was Tressa bumped into him earlier on in the story, and he kind of allowed her to take one piece of his treasure with her, and she chose a notebook which kind of had like stories in it. And then you meet up with him again, and you find out what happened to him in the past, and where he came to be where he is, and the travels that he's been on. So.
Shout out to Xoneris for not equipping endless items on Tressa.
That's so harsh, bro. Just ripping him apart.
Messed up my menu.
So endless items, it's one of those things where in certain, I think maybe in like Olberic it's really important to have it because it's super helpful, but endless items is, I think it's a 25% chance to not lose the item you use. You just keep it, and you use it anyway because why not?
Yeah. It just allows you to skip things later on.
Yeah.
Right, so Sunny got the bats encounter. I like to see the mercenaries here. It breaks the bats, so it's gonna skip the slow animations for the bats. And then Ophi's just gonna come right up and wipe out the encounter, yeah.
Here you go.
Thank you. But yeah, the beauty of this is just the sorcerer just deals so much damage, and it costs a ton to cast. And it's going to get even worse because we can like double up the cost for like double the damage as well. So there's a bunch of stuff you can do.
I got a Curious Bloom drop too.
Nice.
Nice. We were...
Bowie forgot to buy one.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah, you're fine. Oh, good. We got the drop. You planned it.
Where should you buy it?
There's one in Cobblestone.
No, I did get that. No. Better much.
Yeah. No, you're good.
It's fine.
I think
Doesn't matter.
Sunny just didn't catch it, I think.
Yeah. Let's blame him.
I wasn't paying
the old man brain was wandering there. Okay.
Right, here we got Venom Tooth Tiger. He does nothing. All he does is get angry on the first turn, and then you just break him and win.
Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much how it goes.
Oh, Yisk.
Why is the curse
we
from
got the
Therion?
Because we palm Therion in Dry Sand. But this is the first battle which first victim to the cursor. Yeah, the cursor is kind of finicky in this game. The game remembers which character and which enemy you last targeted, and then there's some pretty complicated mechanics when it comes to when you defend. The cursor also resets, so the runners have to pay attention to the cursor when, especially in fights where they use items and skills on other characters.
Venom Tooth down there. So yeah, as I was mentioning, oh yeah, sorry, I can do it. Yeah. Elemental Break, reduces magic defense, so it just allows us to blow seven shades out of them with things on there. Or any of the spells. When it comes to the way that Break works, is Break obviously maximizes the damage, but elemental damage doesn't make a difference anymore. It's always max damage when they're broken, so you can use your favorite spell. What is your favorite of the sorcerer spells?
I like Tonitrus.
Tonitrus Canair?
Yeah.
How about you? He doesn't have one. Yes, thank you so much, buddy. Like,
Got Bowie a bunch of achievements.
Yeah, like the biggest thing that we all know, obviously, as modern gamers, is that if you're not getting achievements, why are you bothering? You need to do the thing before the jobby.
I will do the thing. We're good.
Yeah. I was told to remind him to do the thing before the jobby, so do the thing.
Yeah. There's a part here. If you forget to sell, you lose like 6 minutes. So it's a whole lot of fun.
Just changing my settings real quick. It's actually annoying.
Keyboard problems.
Yeah. Do you have different setups for him?
I do. So after Yisk's part, I have to rebind all the keys.
I might have meme selected continue your travel.
It's totally fine.
No, it's really not. Unacceptable.
Alright, Sunny's doing a pretty big menu here, and it's going to be actually multiple parts. The first part we're going to do in the shop while the equipment menu is also there. He's going to do some things that are going to look like not making sense, like taking off items from Tressa, but they're really just a setup for menus that are coming later, making them shorter, taking equipment off now so you don't have to take them off later. So yeah, and then he's going to do another part of the menu where he's going to teach, we're going to give some nuts and then teach a few more skills.
So more nourishing nuts for Ophelia and invigoration nuts and tough nuts for Therian. Therian's quite squish because he's a thief, so...
Yeah, so this tough nut actually wasn't originally in the route. We used to pick up an item in this dungeon actually called the Force Shield, which is one of the best shields in the game and gives a ton of defense. Eventually we decided to cut it out because it takes 17 seconds, while it might not be like a huge time investment, but it's still 17 seconds which you can save. And we already have the one adamantine shield which we bought at the start of the run, so we can just make use of that, and with some smart nut routing, we can actually compensate for the lack of physical defense on the adamantine shield. So yeah, and that's the story of how we kind of just saved 15 seconds, 17 seconds in this chapter.
The hang tough over snatch, yeah. Hang tough allows, I believe that's the one that allows you to survive with 1 HP if you get knocked down.
I also love how humble Quadra is, because he was the big person around the Force Shield skip. He likes to say we, but it was Quadra put in a lot of hard work on that.
I remember what I was saying earlier, that there's one dude would just come in and just break the entire game, and it's no longer a community effort.
Yeah.
This guy.
No, really, the whole Ophi route was Zero.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to Zero, who originally routed the Ophi route. We used to use Cyrus as the main sorcerer. I'm not sure if y'all have explained it. Yeah.
Cirrus. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
The Ophi has a lot of advantages compared to Cyrus, and yeah. In this fight, Esmeralda does a ton of damage, but the nice thing about both Alphen and Tressa is that they both have Hang Tough and Cover. And Cover protects characters under 30%, and Hang Tough protects characters above 30%. So by having both skills on both of them, you guarantee that both of them will never die in this fight. So the only person that can die in this fight is Ophi, and that's a 132 chance if Esmeralda exactly uses normal attack into Red Blade onto Ophi.
Let's hope that doesn't happen now.
Yep.
So obviously early break with the elemental break, Ignis Ardare for maximum damage from those hits. That's 21k just off the bat. Armor corrosive then to make the vets a little bit better as well.
Yep. And then the Unerring Bracelet's actually on Ophi because Esmeralda actually has a lot of evasion. Yeah. Evasion and Elemental Break isn't exactly the most accurate of skills. That's why we have the Unerring Bracelet here, just to make sure that we will never miss with that skill. In the earlier routes, we didn't have the Unerring Bracelet, and Sunny calculated that it was like a roughly 3 in 16 chance or something to miss Elemental Break.
Another story down. That was Tressa 4, so...
I'm doing really well, by the way.
So we actually...
Oh, God.
Oh, what is going on over there?
No.
The Elementals can be really dangerous. They have AoE attacks that just can wipe your party if you get multiple of them in succession.
So I think...
we're just going to wipe it.
So, Bowie, we have credits coming up.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah. What do you propose we do during these credits?
I don't know. I just feel like I just fancy a game. I
think we have a game here ready, right? So I think we have time for some messages, but we're just gonna play a quick game of Uno here. We got like 8 minutes to kill, so.
All right, then. We got.
How do we want to do this?
We got a $100 donation from Moguk saying thank you, which is also going for the Smarties showcase. And we also got a $10 donation from Zed saying, I just want to mention that I definitely did never mix up the games Octopath and Octodad, and I did not wonder since when Xoneris is running Octodad to participate in the relay. Thank you very much for your donations.
Bloody hell, what the hell are these? What have you given me? What are you doing here? Boomers only? Surely.
So we got this.
No,
I got saving time again here. We use Ignis ×2 to kill the Elementals.
We're going that way.
And we just get those out of the way because they deal a lot of damage, and then we can just follow up next turn with some BP on Ophi to take out this skeleton.
Color
or number, mate. We got red.
Yep, just doing well here to plumb Ophi. Make sure she has enough SP, and yeah, this skeleton's not really very bulky. It's also weak to light, so you can just use Lux Conjurer and it's dead. Oh, well, it's broken, so you can use Ignis Ardare. Nice.
Incredible
optimization there, Yisk.
Thank you. Wasting time.
That's to me.
Alright, so Ophi actually didn't level, so Yisk is gonna have to plumb here.
Big fan. Big fan. Sorry.
Let's go blue.
Oh, dang. Blue. Okay.
Yeah, you notice that Yisk actually didn't go all the way up to full. That's because you don't need full SP for Venom Tooth Tiger.
Yeah. I used one too many, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Bit of bad RNG.
Oh, I'm gonna get bodied. I'm so scared. Just one. I can't remember when do you pick up the whole lot? I can't remember.
You never. Well, you shuffle it back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It becomes the new draw pile.
Okay, I see. You're right. This is getting really.
This is really
not a good idea, to be honest. Oh, do you want one?
It's a great idea.
You got a blue 5, mate.
Nice EI proc on the concoct there.
Good.
Very useful, Alphen.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Good sir.
Yeah, you're gonna see that a lot of the fights just follow the same pattern. Elemental break. If they have ads, you kill the ads first.
Green. Oh yeah.
Only
No,
BP
yeah.
though, or not. Yeah, here armor corrosive in this case. Later fights, we're just gonna be using pretty much sorcerer for the entire fight.
I don't know. Can
I like what Yisk did here was to attack with Tressa instead of defend, because he noticed that Alphen was going before Tressa.
Round 2.
So by using the axe with Alphen, you actually do just enough damage to increase the collect chance from 99% to 100%.
No meme.
No meme 99% fail.
Oh, I have to do Tressa.
What the hell is this one? Okay, yes, I see. Do I go first then? Because I won. Because I won. Oh, shit. Damn, dude.
Who shuffled these?
How's the Uno game going?
I'm 1 up right now.
What, is that good or bad?
I like how we're just using Bowie's leg as a table.
What do you reckon? Pretty good? No.
Would you play?
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh no, it's me again. No, I picked up.
You're supposed to draw until you can play.
Oh, is that how it goes? I can't remember how this game works.
You could play that.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I forgot how.
This guy's turn.
Mate, I'm old. I forget rules. I haven't played Uno since I was like 12.
Right, Yisk is making his way into Grandport, so gonna come up on Esmeralda pretty shortly here.
As a fun little fact about the credits, by the way, it remembers the order of the kills you did and who did the killing blow, so it shows you all of your best bits.
Yeah, when I was playing this game casually, I made sure to finish all my fights with Blizzard, just because I thought Blizzard looks really cool.
Oh, I just realized you can't see the cards. There we go. My wallet's
How will the audience know how our Uno?
Also, I don't know if y'all noticed, but there's a weapon called Magus Glaive in this shop here in Grandport. Shout out to Almegas.
It's actually Almegas.
Shout outs to Almegas. You're getting bodied, Ink. This is not good for you, bud. And then do you play? No, you don't. Yeah, in that one, it's only if it's your turn. I'm having an absolute stormer here, lads.
All right, time to body Xoneris.
Hell yeah, dude. This is good. I say that now.
Good RNG. Reverse.
Yeah.
Reverse.
Oh, Uno!
Finally part of team.
Yeah. I'm so proud of you, buddy. You come a long way.
Your actual team that you should be on. Yeah, it's your turn. You're reversed. Oh, I had to body Bowie.
Don't worry, I've been bodied anyway. Is it pick up till you can play?
Yeah,
oh, Uno.
We can't let Bowie win.
Not again.
Yeah. All right. Pretty well done menu there by Yisk. I guess we can actually talk a bit more about the equipment menu here.
Green.
So you notice that we actually gave the necklace to Therion, and this
you're supposed to draw
actually
4.
makes sure that Therion
Shit.
will never die to a combination of Esmeralda's attacks. Interesting property about Red Blade is that it deals elemental damage, but it's considered a physical attack, which is why it's affected by cover. Nice 80% miss there by Therion.
Games. Thank you, Therion.
That Wind Soulstone giving us a lot of trouble here.
We need this Wind Soulstone.
Yeah, wind is a pretty common element that you get, but it's also pretty useful for quite a few fights. It's also just expendable in the mid game. We can just throw it on random encounter.
Okay, so my goal is to finish Esme before your credits end.
I think that's totally possible. Yeah.
It's possible, but I mean, hey, I could get an encounter here.
Yeah.
I don't know how to break them.
And we actually have an item on Therion called the High House's Armor. This actually decreases fire elemental damage by 25%. And Red Blade is considered a fire elemental attack.
You have to drop
so it actually with the High House's armor, you just
we're
never
getting close to the end
dies.
of credits.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah. Well, GG's.
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 Bowie won, but there's another team that's going to have to play some.
Yeah.
too, 'cause,
Yeah, no worries.
you good at Uno Quadra?
I guess so. I'm in the mood.
Oh, thank you, mate. Cheers.
we have like 1 more minute of credits, but I gotta get some coffee in me.
Oh my
'cause-
god, this guy is like, what a runner, bro. Like, just 1 second, I gotta go get some coffee. Go on then.
Right, we're here into Esmeralda.
I'm not British. I can't drink tea.
And yep, this fight is free now. You can see Hang Tough coming in. Pretty clutch there for Tressa, getting double tap, but Hang Tough protecting her.
Thank God.
Yeah.
And this fight's pretty much sealed.
Gonna take it extra carefully.
When this one's done as well, we'll probably throw. We haven't had some donations for a bit, so we'll throw some donations after this fight's done.
Yeah.
Also, nice part about Octopath is you get to stay hydrated during the middle of your run because you get this credits break.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great for runners. It's great quality of life.
And safety. You get a stretch break.
Ooh.
That was close.
Almost X4 elemental braked. Would be incredibly drippy.
Drippy, huh?
What is drippy?
Well, the thing is, I believe the way the kids use drip nowadays is to say if someone's oozing style, they're dripping style.
Yeah, they're drippy.
Okay.
So,
Like so
anything
much.
that's cool is drippy.
Oh, we have like a panel of boomers here, or of zoomers. We
panel
can
of
ask them.
zoomers.
We can ask them all the words that we don't know. Like, what is cap?
Oh, cap is like,
Oh,
no cap, not lying or something like that.
Yeah, it comes from the word kappa. You know what kappa is?
Yeah. What is bet?
Bet means that, yeah, sure.
Just bet on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Play your game.
How does that make sense?
Play your game. I don't know. Don't ask.
What do you mean?
They're
Tressa's
young.
end screen right here.
Yeah.
So-
Money.
And I am just finished with Esme.
Good job, dude. GG's. Big round of applause for that.
Yeah.
Hey.
So yeah, we're gonna have Sunny's gonna crack on. We're gonna be going through the second lot of credits now. So I think it's a great time for any of those donations that have been building up. Thank you for your patience there, Hanky.
Sure thing, and no worries. So we got a $30 donations from Papa Gen Zero with a comment. Hey all, I don't want to provoke anyone, but might I inquire whether this is the right place to purchase some good karma by donating to Save the Children? I was guided by the schedule to tune in on time to see all the allure of a good challenge between 2 well-traveled teams. But even after this race, I will continue to scrutinize the stream that steals all my screen time this week. Good luck to all, and may Galdera not veil you in darkness forever.
How do you play Uno?
How do you play Uno?
Just color and number.
Color, yeah,
Also,
but like how many
let's
cards?
keep the. I thought 7.
Sorry,
Crazy
sorry.
eight.
Go.
Fine.
Crazy 8.
I don't have to pay attention during this section. I could play.
No, you don't. I built us up a good lead, bro. Don't squander it. Please continue with the donations. I'm sorry for this lot. They're rowdy.
How many cards?
How many cards do we get?
8.
8.
Oh yeah, just zoomers. I ain't playing with you.
You have to calm.
Hey, look at this.
Sure thing. So we still are missing around $1,000 for the Smarties bonus game. So if you want to see that, better keep donating for that. And also, all the donations you're using are going for Save the Children. And we have also some prizes included with that. So if you donate at least $100 during the marathon, you're in for winning a PlayStation 5 or even a Steam Deck, a Retro Ink, or a Nintendo
turn?
Switch.
Shoutouts to Smarties. Smarties is actually
Smarties.
the best Octopath character.
Actually, his name is I forget what his name is. Blue, I think it is. The Smarties character, of course.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like Blueser.
No, yeah, no.
Shoutouts to Blueser.
Shoutouts to Blues.
the only guy who's like 10 minutes ahead, makes 1 error and resets.
Big shoutouts.
The AMS runs are
I think
legendary.
it's called Vanessa a quack.
Oh yeah.
Isn't she?
Well, I mean,
she is. Let's be
It's one of
honest.
those things. It's like it was like a kind of old term of saying like, oh, going to see the quack, the
Yeah,
doctor. It's just what it was. One of those things.
Switch to blue.
Also, yeah, if you have anything else to read, sorry.
To yellow.
Can we just let them bloody? Sorry, mate.
Xoneris draws 8.
Classic.
Hanky, is there anything?
Right, Sunny's stealing this Primeval robe here. Another item that's completely free to steal, like the Oasis hat. It's actually a pretty strong piece of armor, and you just get it for free here. We're actually going to use the Primeval Robe all the way until the end of the game.
Quadra draw 2.
Oh.
Very important.
Xoneris draw 4.
No.
Oh, it's
Xoneris draw
reversed?
6.
It got reversed? Oh, was it reversed?
It was reversed because I reversed to you.
These two.
Here.
You alright?
So yeah, Xoneris draw 6.
Is this distracting at all?
No, this is fine. This is like the chillest part of the run because you're overpowered for all these chapters that you're doing.
Yeah.
And right now we're just collecting.
Quadra?
TP.
Quadra, go.
Any?
It's yours, yeah.
Okay. I'll draw 1. Okay.
So
Just draw 2?
Therian's story, whilst they're playing Uno, is pretty much I think one of the cooler ones. So when he was a younger thief, he used to run around with a friend of his, and they used to do thievery stuff together. And I believe do thief things, nice and innocent thief things. I believe his old partner in crime kind of like.
Can I not stack skips?
He just betrayed him basically, and Therian's like, that's not ideal. I want to try and get back on him.
Okay.
But and that was why, and that's why when he got caught by the Heathcotes and got slapped with the band, that it's like there's two reasons for him to
It's like the mark of shame.
He needs to prove that he's a good enough thief and all that kind of stuff, and also
Uno.
Square up the differences with his old accomplice. That's a good flea.
It's so Quadra actually told me that these are all guaranteed because Evil Ward and your level difference.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned something running at ESA.
I think there's always like small things like that you will learn here and there.
Uno.
Did you buy the
You
10
didn't
extra
say Uno.
plums?
You didn't say Uno.
Plums.
I say no.
Yeah.
I say
No.
no.
I didn't hear Uno.
No, it was just.
I didn't want to be too loud for them.
You could be loud. I don't care. This is casual.
He's doing Therion too.
There's nothing about this that's even close to difficult.
No, you don't.
What to do? Peacock strut.
Peacock Strut. The moves have amazing names. I was actually chatting with our third boomer about this the other day. Enk was explaining to me how like the names in Japanese are so much more straightforward, and they're going to give them really fancy names in English, where it's like evasive maneuvers is just 50% encounters. Straight up, just nice and easy. But we actually went for some pretty cool names to make them more memorable, I guess.
Bowie, we're gonna need more cards.
Oh yeah, sure, mate. There you go. New draw pile.
Yellows.
What the hell is that?
Pile.
Have you not won yet? I mean,
These Zoomers are so bad at Uno.
you'd think, yeah. I mean, like we grew up with this. We're experts, bro. That was why it was just a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 check. Like done, easy. Oh yeah, sorry, I shouldn't move.
I'm good. I'm used to having to scroll my own notes. I don't have a board at home.
I'll tell you what, like even more.
Other way.
Oh, other way. Thanks for all of these achievements. As we know, the more achievements you get, the more worth you have as a human, right? That's just generally how it goes. Those gamer points, bro. So obviously my stock is increasing currently. So thank you. That's not true. For anyone who actually thinks I'm being serious, that's not true. Just important to say. That's definitely something to whoop there, Panda. Cheers, mate.
Oh, do you only can draw a maximum of 3?
I mean, depends on the rules.
I have no idea what the rules are.
Why are you moving?
You're here, bro.
Why is it back to Xoneris?
I don't know. I win.
Okay.
I need to get water, and I think credits are over in a few minutes.
Okay, so it's not a massive menu, but just changing around some equipment just to make sure everyone's HP is fine. Empowering bracelets and necklaces are going around. They're worth like 500, 1,000 HP, all that stuff.
I am back on commentary.
Welcome back. But
I'm also here on commentary.
Great. We're
Oh, we got Xoneris back. All right.
We're going to Cyrus 2. So Cyrus 2's story, as we mentioned at the start, a book went missing in the library at the STEM, and it never came back. We're basically trying to search that one down. And the book basically is, I think there's one of the forbidden texts of like some pretty arcane stuff going on there. And what we're slowly building up to, we should probably talk about the whole thing with Galdera, is that like separate parts of the game will bring up particular like ideas and concepts and things like Aelfric and Galdera being these things, and the land of Hornburg is also going to come up later on when we do Ulbrich stuff. But all these things will kind of point to this idea that Hornburg is a place with very important significance for all these powers that are kind of playing around within the land of Austera. But the book basically has some main significance for dealing with Galdera. I'm trying to remember the name of the book off the top of my head.
From the far reaches of hell.
That's the one, from the far reaches of hell, which obviously sounds very sunny and light and bright and lovely, and not at all, black magic or anything like that. Yeah, other way around.
How are those credits going?
Other way around. Oh.
Yeah, sideways.
We're almost at the end of the credits.
Are we?
Yeah. Speaking of black magic, we got everybody. We got Lost Core's best friend here, Gideon. Any Cyrus runner would probably have very bad memories of this guy.
We love Gideon.
But in Galdera, it's completely free. And we're just going to do the same formula as we've been seeing for a while.
Chapter 2 bosses.
Yeah, with the Chapter 2 bosses.
Crazy.
No, you don't.
Just notice how Sunny didn't heal Cyrus until into this fight. It's because he actually had dead turns here. And then Cyrus can just heal himself here. And now Yisk is done. He's going to head into Elfen Chapter 2, finish up with his story.
Yeah. The summoning, most bosses will do this thing where they summon like support units, and what they do is you saw there was like red boxes on the breaks points of Gideon here, and that means that you cannot attack his shield whilst that is happening. So we need to just destroy Bones with Ignis Ardare and then body Gideon with Lux. But yeah, that's a lot harder when you don't have Sorcerer. Yeah.
The Sorcerer is just so incredibly overpowered. We're going to have to eventually find a more sustainable way to beat the game than just chucking money at everything. So Sorcerer is just ideal. Everything is AoE, does a ton of damage. You can stack a ton of buffs onto your Sorcerer to make it deal like hydrogen bomb damage. So Sorcerer really just is the perfect class for the speedrun.
I'm glad that we actually have that up there so everyone's seeing that, I gained an achievement. Yeah, so as Quadra was saying, yeah, that it's just not sustainable to do money. So it's just very, very helpful that you have the ability to like stack so many buffs and debuffs up at the same time. And the thing about it is that like enemies, if you were to just do one story, the enemies will kind of like scale it in a certain way, but they scale to a point and then they'll never get any stronger. And I think most kind of like bosses will have, I think the first area bosses will always be like, I think it's anywhere between maybe like 2,000 up to 7,000, I think it's maximum when you have like 4 characters or something like that. But it basically builds up a little bit to a point, and then we never need to go beyond that. So this is good enough damage for literally every single main story boss that we do. We only need to start building up and kind of like getting an even stronger or more diverse setup when it comes to Galdera, because of the way the Galdera fight works. And not just Galdera, but the gauntlet beforehand. Before you fight Galdera, there's like there's like 8 actual fights that we need to do. Good job there, yes.
Good job. Vanessa, really hard fight.
Incredibly hard.
But yeah, there's 8 fights we need to do, and they all have very specific things and very, very precise fights with particular characters, because we're trying to move JP around in certain ways to ensure that we can have everything we need to gain the right skills, to gain the right support abilities. Have you sorted out my Fire L issue that I gave you earlier?
No,
by the way?
it's not an issue.
Oh, it's not an issue.
He's going to have access to lots of extra stones later.
Everyone lied to me. They were like, never use the Fire L.
Never use the Fire L if you're going for a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
If you're trying to go for a good time.
Well, good thing we're not going for a good time.
Ideally, you want to not steal extra stones later, but they're always there, and they don't take really that long to get. It's good practice in a marathon to get lots of stones anyway, because they're useful just in case you don't have enough.
Yeah. Yvonne, by the way, is the I guess the head of the university at Atlasdam, where Cyrus usually teaches. Cyrus is actually a teacher to the princess of the kingdom. But yeah, it turns out that Yvonne's a baddie. Who'd have thought? But
thought?
He's not the big baddie. There's actually someone else who's a little bit more.
Yvonne is more scary than Galdera.
Yvonne's a jerk. Actually, Yvonne's not really a jerk. It's his goons that are jerks. They like to use this skill called tornado go.
Wow, that was very Zoomer of you.
That was, I was going to say, I've never heard a more Zoomer sound in my life. Speaking of the princess, she was there. But yeah, so there's this weird kind of concoction that's, making people Hulk out like this. So, break the bounds.
This is where we cross our fingers and hope we don't get tornadoed.
Bosh.
Double tornado, please. You already missed one, so. Sorry.
Yep, this is also the first fight which we have Elemental 8. This is a very powerful support skill that the sorcerer has access to. Basically what it does is that it increases all your elemental damage by 1.5 times, which is huge because that's the equivalent of like Peacock Strut or Elemental Break. And then the trade-off is that you have 2 times the skill cost, but that doesn't really matter because we route around that. And by this point, we also have enough SP to be able to cast multiple sword spells at the same time. The nice thing about Ophi is that she actually has the most SP out of base SP out of any character in this game compared to Cyrus. So for this section, the Cyrus route used to have to equip the Stimulating Bracelet, which gives him extra SP. Ophi doesn't really need that. She just needs a couple of Invigorating Nuts and she's good to go.
Good job, Sunny.
Yeah, really smooth Yvonne fight there from Sunny. Love to see it. No trolls, not getting trolled by the tornado.
So we're actually gonna like leave Cyrus for now. We're gonna move on to Harnett a little bit. So Harnett, I don't think we've actually seen much of her today. Thanks again. Harnett is our 8th traveler. We haven't seen Prim either, but yeah. So
Ulbrich.
Or Ulbrich. The best characters.
Harnett is our sixth traveler.
We're so old counting is hard.
Yeah, counting is difficult. I haven't done it for a long time. Harnett is one of the 8 travelers. There we go, that's better. Yeah, she's cool. She's a hunter, which is a very, very powerful job. But she has a guide. Oh no, she has a combat style like Ulbrich. Ulbrich, you're just like, hey, old man, do you want to fight? Harnett does the same, but she brings a tiger into battle with her, who's sadly not the strongest tiger. I wish that
Ulbrich brings in veterans.
You can do that too. That is actually unfair in the Ulbrich single story, where it's just like
just getting a really good turn order in this fight here.
And my friends.
Unfortunately, gets the magic missile, which is slightly slower, but it's not a big deal.
Lux Congerer did not almost mess up Orlick.
Yeah, it's important to make sure you defeat Orlick on the 3rd turn or before he takes his 3rd action. Because when Orlick's low on HP, he actually summons a construct which has a ton of HP and does not die when Orlick dies. So you really want to avoid that and make sure Orlick goes down in the last hit. I think he uses when he's below 50% or 25%, something like that.
Should I do Harnett 1?
Yeah, do prologue.
So this is actually like one of the sections that was the most difficult to route for the Ophelia Sorcerer. There's like a bunch of side quests. There's a bunch of side quests that you have to do to actually unlock Galdera. And we do them in like the middle of the run when we can like conveniently fit in during the stories, the side quests. But there is a mandatory provoke. So we have to pick up Harnett early because Ulbrich, you wouldn't be able to do the challenge. He wouldn't be a high enough level. So by picking up Harnett here, we're going to be able to start the Dart of the Dark God chain and start working toward that Galdera goal.
Yeah. So again, these prerequisites, you need to kind of have cleared very precise side quests for the finale to end up. But yeah, the Harnett story, again, she's a hunter, so she deals mostly with these kind of like weird deformed beasts. And there's a good bit of lore about kind of the ultimate, her like hunter, like mentor, was chasing after a particular beast, and yeah, she's basically trying to find out where he went when he goes missing. Too far?
What are you? My notes are dancing.
I was scrolling the notes to the theme of the victory. Because that's what you do when you've got nothing else to do.
Yeah, so now that we have Han in the party, we're gonna go and do the alpha side quest like Bowie mentioned. Wow, nice achievement, Bowie.
Oh, I'm so good, dude. I'm such a good gamer, bro.
And now Yisk is gonna answer all the questions correctly. I've definitely...
It's definitely the back alleys, right?
I've definitely answered the questions wrongly before, and I'm like, wait, why is the game not progressing?
Oh, my Cyrus PB answers the questions wrong, going into Ruins of Eld, and that's like 3rd place.
If you want to be starting something, there we go.
Alright, this guy goes down very easily to 1 soul stone. Shadow L, Fire L, both are fine.
The hunt endeth.
Hunt endeth. Standest thou against me?
Aye.
I thought you were just doing
10 seconds later. Then be hunted. Right, so Alpin's chapter 3 is pretty long, but pay attention to the routing that we do in this chapter and how we incorporate Alphys' side quest into this chapter. and also Therion's chapter 3.
This is an important story chapter as well for Alphen in terms of character development because he wants to be an apothecary. He wants to help people. He wants to be a healer.
Oh.
And it's one of those things where he feels that he should.
It's fine, just peek
that everyone deserves healing, and this is one of those things where he heals the wrong person, and that person turns against him. And it's him questioning that kind of element of his
character,
convictions. Yeah.
Oh wait,
it's like
it's not enough.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Will he still keep hold of that despite the fact that he made the wrong decision, or could be argued the wrong decision? If you heal the wrong person. But
yeah. So we actually do Alphen 3 and Therion 3 in tandem because both of them have you kind of running around to different parts of the town. So they have mandatory warps anyway, so it just becomes really easy to just do them both at the same time.
Let's Conjurer, but it's fine.
Oh, but I have another one. Plenty of time.
Get Tressa back into the party.
Oh, need to Peacock. Nah. Yeah, no.
Do you want the Fyro?
We don't need Peacock.
No.
I don't think so. Yeah,
no,
use Lux Conjurer.
We have an entire extra attack.
All that hubbub over literally nothing.
Yeah.
All right.
Easy. Incredible backup.
That's planned.
Yeah.
That was planned.
That's actually what's in my notes. It says mess it up for the memes.
Hey.
Alright, again, we're just taking advantage of the going back and forth in the screens of Alphen Free. Go to Wellspring and do Power of Therion story while we're at it. And in the meantime, also, get Tressa back in the party, which we've already done.
Mm-hmm. So whilst we're setting up these next few bits and pieces, I think it's a good time. Heinke, if there's any more donations for you to read, let's crack them out.
Sure thing. So we got a $50 donation from Xenex with no comment. And with that being said, this is also the end of my shift. So
Okay.
I'm gonna get out and wish you still good luck.
Thank you so much indeed,
Thank
buddy.
you, man.
I also realized as well that during that whole section, we actually hit $31,000, so that's pretty damn sweet. So thank you very much. I believe they call that. I believe the Zoomers would call that big mun-muns.
Yeah.
Big mun-muns.
And
Okay, Boomer. You can get it.
I'm doing my best.
yeah,
okay?
just think of how much more money to get to 100,000.
Yeah.
So begins the tale of Daughter of the Dark God 2. This is a whole interesting thing where there's this one girl or woman who's like running around, who's kind of obsessed with bringing Galdera back. Hence why she's called the Daughter of the Dark God. I'm not sure if there's actually any blood relation going on there, but it's generally how it goes when it comes to weird people.
Yeah. So and this is actually a pretty recent route change. I would say recent, like the last year and a half, is picking up the BT staff here. So the battle-tested weapons in Octopath, there's some of the strongest weapons in the game, and we can go and purchase the battle-tested staff here in Saintsbridge, but it costs a ton of leaves. And one side effect of having the battle-tested staff is it doesn't give you the speed boost the knowledge staff does. So we're going to be swapping it in and out depending on if we want Ophelia earlier in the party order or later in the party order. But it does the most damage out of any staff you can right now.
It's actually pretty useful to have Ophi slow in quite a few fights because you want to apply your buffs onto her before she does anything. So that gives you a much higher chance of doing that.
That's not enough.
There you go.
Oh, wow. Needed two, whatever there.
So you might want to heal your party as well while you're at that, but yep.
Yeah, it will eventually.
So that was a poem that Alphys wrote. He was fascinated with said Daughter of the Dark God, and we were just like, no, there's someone else that you should probably send your love towards. So sent that letter elsewhere.
We're running a little bit low on plums, actually.
Yeah.
Might want to buy a couple later when we are
You
heading
mentioned
out.
that too.
I'm gonna buy some.
Yeah, I'll buy some, I don't know, after Devon probably.
Yeah. So ideally, we don't actually use that many plums. The way
You get enough through the story. But
I've played Cyrus 3.
the way when we route the levels and everything, giving us free heals. Yep.
That's the thing, in the early part of the game, you don't have to worry so much, but you're not getting as many levels on the earlier fights. And when you're spending a lot, it's a little bit trickier. So.
And once you get Elemental 8, that's when you really have to be on top of your SP management because, if you use one spell too many, that's going to cost plums. We used to purchase 21 plums. We realized eventually that that's not actually needed. It's a bit excessive. And you can purchase 11, but we actually also just realized that you can just make do with 0 if you're on top of your SP routing.
It's all Xoneris' fault.
Alright, so here we got Yvonne for Yisk. Let's see if we get the funny tornadoes.
No.
Ophi getting hits actually pretty good. She's the tankiest in this party by far. And without a lot of bracelets on our party, we actually are pretty squishy for this fight. Ooh. So ideally, we just don't see any tornadoes, which we don't. Incredible. So yeah, this fight's probably wrapped up now as long as Cyrus doesn't miss.
The double miss meme? Oh
yep.
my god.
He can actually miss on this fight, which is why we do a ×3 instead, although he only has free shields. So yeah, and this is also a damage range. Yisk didn't get enough damage there, so he's gonna eventually have to toss both an L stone and an M stone here just to make up the extra damage.
Also,
yep, easy money here to collect from Yvonne. 32,000. That's gonna go into our BT staff fund. And a big Ignis here just to chunk the rest of his HP, and just gonna finish it up with some stones. Windstone, very expendable stone, very useful to have in your inventory. You don't want to use stuff like shadows and fires because they're going to be needed later for Hana's chapters. So Windstone and Light Stones are more expendable and pretty useful to have. So yeah, very clean Yvonne fight from Yisk there. Love to see it.
The God Gamer.
God Gamer, just get good RNG. Yisk has maxed out his luck stat.
Yep, that's the only thing I have.
Yeah.
Scroll up.
Oh, up.
I need that.
Oh, okay.
I need unequip Cyrus. That's fine.
You need to unequip Cyrus.
I didn't unequip Cyrus.
I did that in practice earlier. I did so many meme menus in practice earlier. It was really funny.
Yep. So Yisk is not going to make the same mistakes as Team Boomers.
Okay. Okay. Just because of that, I'll unequip now.
He's unequipped Cyrus. Amazing.
How does that make you feel?
Oh, is it really?
Do you want? Can I scroll down now?
No, not yet.
Jesus, buddy.
All right, Sunny stealing the free extra stones in Whisper Mill here. Love to see that. I like seeing Sunny stealing extra stones here just to make sure he's going to be good with his stone route later. And yeah, nice backup here is just gonna go do the menu in the tavern that's pretty close by. So we used to come to Whisper Mill before Dry Sang because there are some quests here which give a lot of money and we get access to the stones. With some recent route changes, we actually managed to cut the Whisper Mill section entirely. We still need the nuts, so we have to come back here and get the Nourish. But we don't really have access to the stones. They're still there, but ideally you just don't get them because they're just to save some time. But they are still an option. But yeah, by cutting out the entire Whisper Mill section, you cut out the really slow quests and you end up just saving like a whole bunch of time in the early game.
Also note that what Sunny just did there is when you learn all 7 of the skills available, you then get access to their Divine skill, which is like a really, really big, powerful move. And Aelfric's Auspices is a pretty strong one.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, this is the first Divine skill which we have access to in this run. And you're going to see that, you already saw, but we've started to hit cap damage. And the cap damage for now is 9,999. You can actually raise it to 99,999, but you need a skill called Surpassing Power, which we don't have enough JP for at this point for Ophi. So instead, what we do to get around that is actually by using Aelfric's Auspices.
Is Ophi supposed to have Primeval Robe?
No, she's not.
Thank you for the help.
Screwed something up.
Yeah, she's supposed to have Elemental Heavy Armor, and Elfin has the Primeval Robe here with the Hasty Helm.
Yeah, okay, good. I had to double check that that wasn't messed up for me either. It usually auto-equips Elemental Heavy Robe when you optimize.
Yeah, you never optimize
I just
Elfin.
missed the optimize Elfin. What? Wrong helm? What is he supposed to have?
Hasty Helm.
Hasty Helm. All right, we're good. Yeah, so Steor is actually probably the hardest fight in this section. So.
Poggers.
Making sure that we do.
That's very unlucky because
do this right.
Don't need to say
yeah, that's very unlucky. Hanet usually just gets put into cover range by Rampage here.
I'll get.
But it's fine. We all good. Nice recovery there.
I'm gonna grab the extra in Whisper Mill because Soulstone.
Love to see that.
Physical reflex.
So yeah, Stera here is actually one of the trickiest fights in this run. We actually consider it the hardest fights. The hardest fight in this run. If you know what to do and you get the good pattern, she's actually pretty easy to do.
No, you don't.
So yeah, if she confuses the wrong person, you can actually it can actually get very dicey. I do think
this is death. Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay. You have like 5 minutes on me.
Yeah, you can't. So there's sometimes you get patterns that you just can't win. So Alphen getting confused right there. Basically, I needed Therian first turn 2, so he had to defend, and then Alphen got basically had a dead turn. And you need basically seven characters to act before Steora on turn 2, or else you can't get the break off.
So just in case this happens again, maybe I'll just let Sunny know there's actually a concoct you can do with Alphen, which is Soothing Seed plus Curious Bloom, which puts the character at the start of the turn. So you can actually use that instead of Therion's Defend if you have to take a turn to
oh, I didn't know that.
To heal status. So just in case that happens again here, it's good for Sunny to know.
Oh, why'd you tell him? Could have told him.
There's a lot of weird backups for Steora. And
yeah, that's pretty much the most niche backup. You pretty much just never see it.
We're just going to get through this fight first, and then we'll have some time for donations as well. Yep. This one's just, as you say, it is a pretty tricky one, so it needs to go well. This first hit is important.
That's the exact same thing. That's the exact same thing that just happened.
But now Sunny knows, so he can act.
But there's no concoct. You can't concoct with them.
Yes,
you could have just used.
Yeah, you can use Clarity on Alphen, and then Alphen concocts.
Right. Okay. All right, we're cool. We're gonna die one more time, and then we're gonna be fine.
We're gonna get the exact same pattern again.
And this time it's like the third time's a charm.
Good job there, Alphen. Actually, that was really helpful, buddy.
Yeah. Alphen's just confused.
I like how you got to explain the way out of that. Had a turn and still completely threw it away.
Try, yes, you practiced for this, yes?
Yeah, I've practiced. I have been studying the blade.
Yes, it's slowly and steadily making his way through the chapters here.
Thing is, now you're not going to get the tricky setup, and it's going to be fine. All right then, Steora.
All right, be nice.
What you got this time, Steora?
See, now we got Therian in front of Ophelia, which is like ideal. That's
he gets the worst one. Oh, and that's a 20. That's very unlucky. It's a 20% chance of the hit Steora, but she hasn't gotten a reflect up yet, so that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I think Sunny should be able to close this out now.
Having no leg hold is the scary thing. Like obviously, the first turn is leg hold trap, which brings the enemy to the back of the turn.
Endures Dust. Yep. So this applies leg hold, takes off one shield, so it serves dual purpose and very useful when you lose a turn to having the heal status or lose a turn status.
And here we go. There was Aelfric's auspices, and what it does here, as you're going about to see, is it means that skills happen twice. So rather than hitting, and it only costs once, I believe. So you get 6 hits rather than 3 from Ignis, Ardere, or any of those spells. So if you're combining that with things like break damage limit and all that kind of stuff, you're dealing a lot of damage in one turn. If you just compile all of those setups into one moment.
Yep. And I don't know if I finished my sentence just now, but this is actually how we get around the damage cap for this part of the game when we don't have access to surpassing power yet. Instead of dealing over the damage cap, we just deal twice the amount of damage by dealing twice the amount of hits.
So you can see, yeah, like that's 30k a pop, so that's 60k in a turn. So
yeah, and Steora actually she can have 3 different paths here. So
yeah,
the worst one.
You got the worst one, the 12 shield one.
Classic.
You love to see it.
And there's that HP is still just hanging on there, and there's where the hang tough kind of helps.
Notice how Tressa lives on 1 HP. This is actually very exact HP routing. Because if you remember, hang tough protects you if you're above 30%. So, which means that the first 2 hits cannot bring Tressa below 30%. So it deals less than 35% per hit. But then, living on 1 HP means that you're above 30%. So it's between like it's between like 33 to 35% damage per hit, which Steora does. It's very exact HP routing for this fight.
Here.
Alright, we're good.
I believe I should also clarify that you can only use the divine skills if you do a BP4, so you need to have like max BP, I believe. So again, Ignis Ardere, and that should be fine.
Very nice.
Right, so with that down, GG's. Let's throw it over to our new reader, Aishma, who's been sitting down.
Aishma.
Right. Have you got any words for us?
Hello, ESA. Yo!
what's up? I'm going to be Ishma, your donation reader for the latter half of this Octopath Traveler relay and a little bit after that. And if you're enjoying the content right here, dear Twitch viewers, if you're enjoying, the absolute giga-brain strategies that we are witnessing right here, why not go ahead and actually donate towards our next incentive, which will be for iToy Play 2, or rather the bonus game incentive for Smarties Meltdown. If you're enjoying this, giga-brain strategies, you might enjoy a very smart run. And for that, we have a $100 donation.
Ooh!
Big money.
From Fireman saying, yo, Yisk, how's biz going?
It's going.
All right, love to see Ophi first here. Luminescence actually is very nice for some of these small encounters, which you can just take on one hit. It's better to use than Ignis because the animation's faster, and more importantly, it also just uses less SP. Oh, nice mash there.
Yeah.
Before the text, the cutscene bar skip fills up.
Legendary.
Yep, save a few frames. Love to see that.
So right now we have Sunny going to go and fight Miguel, who was again a brigand who Alfin decided to heal. He found that he was ill and decided to heal him, and then he kind of turned and attacked other people, and that's because of Alfin's decision. So yeah, as we were saying earlier, this is a big moment for him to kind of go, oh crap, actually, some people. Yeah, it's that whole question: is it right to help everyone kind of thing?
Yeah, okay.
Someone could be a bad egg.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to buy a...
And we got the
it's fine, it's fine.
So we
Can
got
do it
Marion
later.
first, which means Alpha can use his turn to do Leg Hold Trap. And this is going to make it so Miguel can't act, and we save with just a little bit of time.
Remind me to buy it after Gareth.
Yeah.
It's
fine.
Witness the flame.
Of Aelfric. That's an interesting word, is Aelfric. I wonder if it ever shows up again in HD 2D games. Ventus Soltaire.
So yeah, we're easily hitting damage cap at this point. So our next goal is to get surpassing power. So that's going to be, we're just killing stuff right now so we can get that.
So yeah, as you notice, even without break, we were hitting damage cap. So we're at that point now where we're ready to hit beyond the 10k per hit. So it's time to move on. We're going to be making our way towards Alfin 4 though next after we finish this story and finishing up Alfin's thing with the Ogre Eagle. The Ogre Eagle, I believe, has I think it's one of its feathers, isn't it? That
yeah, the
can.
Do I need amputation?
No, don't need. Just axe. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gareth actually doesn't have a lot of HP for a Chapter 3 boss. He has only about 39,000 HP, which is actually less than some of the Chapter 2 bosses.
Yeah, he's meant to be like sort of an evadey type boss.
Yeah. So compared to Yvonne has 63,000 HP. Gareth has much less than that. Yeah, you can buy the plants here. You're just right next to the shop.
Oh yeah, you're right.
By I don't know, 20 or something. Yeah, 11. It's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alphin actually has
You'll
two
survive.
cutscenes that you can just close out of the first text box, and then you can start moving while you're in the fade back in, which is really handy. So it's just like a little bit of a time save.
The old man in black who's been showing up in these cutscenes as well. He is
Augur's discount.
Poggers.
Did you get the BT style
No.
discount? Oh no,
I would've
unlucky.
popped off.
Yeah.
He is another.
All right, come on, Therion.
Never mind.
Nice, love to see it. Good boy.
Oh, there you did the thing. Wow.
Holy sh...
The guy in grey.
Holy
Didn't say
yes.
it. Holy.
Holy.
Holy hell.
The guy in grey is another apothecary who is the kind of one who said that not
Yep,
everyone
gave
worth
the
saving.
nourishing nut to Tressa. Very important that you do not give it to Ophi. If not, you'll see Tressa just take a nap and stare, and you're like, wait, what?
Ophi needs it. Ophi needs it. Right.
Well, Ophi is the main character of Octopath.
Yeah,
He needs all of it.
This is very true.
She is the first O, so
Yeah.
what do you want me to say?
Is she?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not Ulbrich. Gross.
Yeah. Literally, because when you go to new game, it starts on her, and if you do R1, it scrolls around the world map.
Wait, are you saying the character names spell something?
Wait, they no.
You want to steal stone?
What's that?
No, never mind. You want to heal as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Heal.
This is a chaotic
wanted
section of
that
the
one?
run like this.
You could have stolen stone, but it's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's widely considered that the second section is the hardest because there's so much little time saves that you can do, and then
Just
you
heal
have
wounds
all
once.
of the
Okay,
advanced
good.
job bosses other than Dre sang.
I'm glad you gave us one.
Right.
We could have just ended it at Ophi 4 and left it at that, so thank you very much for letting us.
Yeah, it definitely ended at Mattias. I'm gonna save.
Yes, just coming up on Stera here. And I've seen Yisk practice Galdera, and Yisk actually does pretty well.
Practice is cheating.
Yeah.
And so hopefully we'll get a much cleaner fight here than Team Boomers.
Back in our day, we just had to do it, you know. Gloves off.
Yeah, we have two very good bosses going on right now.
Yeah. The Ogre Eagle fight is kind of fun.
Could be better.
This is fun, Alvin.
So as long as Galdera doesn't hit either Tressa or Alphen, which that's perfect.
So Tressa heals.
Yep. So we just need to heal the status here, and then we just apply like hold.
All right.
Injures.
Take it easy.
Yep. Very nice.
Now fight should be free.
Yeah. Should be free. Very good. Pay attention to the cursor.
Yep. Gotta.
Here we go.
Oh.
Try this.
Yeah.
No need to boost. Yeah.
No boost.
Ignis are there here.
Cringe.
Imagine boosting. I don't need that damage.
Yeah, defend from Tressa here.
Just boost it. Imagine boosting.
When you said that, my heart like skipped a beat.
We're going to deal a big chunk of damage to the Ogre Eagle now, but we are going to throw out the collect from Tressa here. That's why she defended just to go first, get that money. Thank you. And then, yeah, just finish off with some damage. Amputation coming out from Alphen, and then one more Aelfric's Auspices.
Yep. And I got the
Ignis.
So I actually got the turn order there where you get to.
Dupe the revitalizing jam.
Ooh, that's a big dupe.
Huge.
It actually doesn't really do that much, but it's still Pog. What a nice. Oh, 4 shields, the best pattern. Let's go, God Gaming.
They're having a great time over there.
Oh, yeah.
Why are these kids having fun, dude? When they're doing their speedrun, it should be hard focus and pain.
Yeah, this is one of the hard parts of Galdera, just figuring out like her weaknesses. And the 4-shield one, while being the easiest, she only has like 1 weakness, which is exactly why we have to teach Tenebro Barrier for this fight, and also just gives us extra damage anyway. So yep, now just give 1 more BP to Ophelia.
And yeah, Ignis should kill.
Yep, Ignis
JP?
definitely kills here. 4 shields is the easiest because you just don't need to worry about getting extra damage on Galdera. If you get like the 8 shield, 12 shield ones, you have to kind of pay attention to like whether you got the Peacock on before her first Ignis. Because that actually affects like how much damage yeah, really nice
Mega
job by Yisk.
Okay, so we're going to warp to Riverfoot because now we're going to go grab the Warbringer. We're going to go fight Winterhild, which again has things like surpassing power and some pretty nice abilities. There was an ability we used to use from Winterhild, which is kind of you use every single weapon, because the Warbringer can equip every weapon. So it used to be that we'd equip like the best physically attacking weapons on one person who was the Warbringer and just unleash hell with like 8 attacks, but the animation is quite long. So it was sadly rooted out, but there's still a lot that the Warbringer brings. In terms of especially like the damage. Yeah.
Sounds like what the Warbringer would do.
So I do need to take 1 extra encounter here. We're a little bit behind on JP. Normally you'd be able to do this menu like well before when it held. Oh, we got the funny Revenant, haha.
Oh.
I'm just gonna skip it.
This is the worst encounter to get here. Yeah, like Eng explained earlier, it doesn't really give much JP, and you really need the JP here. And for some reason, they just tend to show up a lot when you actually need to kill the encounter.
I need a real encounter here, not a fake encounter.
Yeah. You're at Winterhill. Why are we so far behind Quadra?
It's okay, they're gonna get like 3 more Revenants.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're just gonna sit here and get Revenants. Oh, I don't even know who has. There's like 2 characters with the EM. That would take way too long to take.
I think it's Ophi has it on right now.
There's 2 of them. I think Ophi and Tressa both have it. Only Ophi.
I was gonna say I took it off of Tressa.
Yeah, we get to dance around here. Yeah, you're right.
Yay, an actual encounter.
Right, say, got our good friend Miguel here.
You're gonna mess up.
You have to pay attention to cursor in this fight because usually you have to palm S Darion. Or you always have to palm S Darion. Gets a pretty good turn order here. You can just leg hold with Alphen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's leg hold.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because Darion's already going first, so he can actually just palm himself, and then Alphen can leg hold. Yep. There's Peacock Strut Ophelia. Very good. Pay attention to cursor. Yeah. So sometimes if you get like the worst case scenario, you actually have to. Miguel can actually get off his attacks. The good thing is that he actually just doesn't do any damage because you're so bulky. Just like loses time. And yeah, cap damage without even breaking. Just wipe this guy away from the face of the planet.
Yeah. So we put surpassing power onto Ophelia.
Yep.
And then over evasive maneuvers and put evasive maneuvers back onto Tressa. And then she's also going to cover. So we took off any like debuffs or the buff gain with the show goes on. So then that surpassing power will allow us to blow stuff up even more than we've already blown stuff up.
If you didn't think the sorcerer was doing enough damage, now you'll see true power of the sorcerer. Right, so Winterhild is generally fine, but sometimes she can decide to be really mean. No poison here is really nice, and cover coming into play there, very clutch from Alphen.
Nice dupe.
Nice dupe on the Great there.
Or, yeah, either Peacock or...
Oh yeah, we're good.
Peacock strike.
Peacock.
I have so many extra turns. I'm confused.
What to do?
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, you're right.
So Sunny actually going for an alternate strat here where he breaks with Tressa instead using Blizzard.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I forgot Lakehold. We're fine.
And then you see that Tressa's already moving before Ophi on the next turn. So if you're unlucky and Tressa's like actually after Ophi, you can actually use Panther Dance or Alphen's Concoct to move her before Ophi. So in this way, you can potentially save the Curious Bloom. Usually you have enough blooms, but sometimes, you know, when you want to be really optimal and you're just getting enough blooms to get by.
Okay, so yeah. Surpassing power, by the way, was, I believe, a warrior support skill.
Yeah, really important.
And then Alaphan's, well, basically, what Alaphan's does is it makes an AoE move hit single target. So
and double the damage.
Yeah, we hit really hard.
There it is.
And then, yeah, really nice.
So essentially,
Return
because it hits AoE, it kind of like focuses all the damage into one, so basically it like doubles the damage of the hit, and then you're also surpassing power, and then you're also elemental braked, and then...
It's just every buff in the game.
And this works even if there's only one enemy in the field.
Yes.
Yeah, you still enjoy... It's basically a free 2x damage bonus. And yeah, we have so many stacks. Like I said, sorcerer spells, you can just stack so much, so many buffs. So we had Elfrix, which is essentially 2x, Elephants, which is 2x, Elemental Break, which is 1.5x, Peacock Strike, which is 1.5x, and in support skills we have Elemental Aid, which is another 1.5x, Augmented Elements, which is 1.2x. So I'm not good at math, but it's a lot of multipliers.
Shadow L.
Oh, we got the you stole the Shadow L. Didn't get the.
All right, we're gonna go for it a couple more times because that's fun.
Yeah, so this Sorcerer's Robe, it's really interesting. We used to get it early on in the run. It's a really good item. It's by far the best mage body armor in the game. It gives a ton of elemental defense, some good defense. Most importantly, it just gives 50 elemental attacks, the most out of any body armor. Yeah. And we used to get it early on in the game, but
expensive.
Yeah, it's really expensive. And it might seem kind of weird that, I mean, we still have to get it now anyway, but the money is just so much more useful in the early game that it's worth it to skip the elemental robe in the skip the sorcerer's robe in the early game, purchase it later, and just make do with something else like the elemental robe.
Soothing does Curious Bloom if Tressa happens this way.
So
Tressa sleeps, or do I just heal the sleep?
I would probably like hold here, and then Therion can Palm S himself.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, and then Alphen can heal Tressa.
Ophi can heal Tressa.
Ophi can heal Tressa.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, so we're into the Shrine of the Runeblade.
Therion can Palm S himself. Yep.
Our final.
He's already in front. That's the nice thing about Gideon's Dagger. It gives you more speed. And then Ophi can heal the using Herb of Awakening here to wake Tressa up.
This is
and then, yeah.
last fight.
So now we have to put Alfrix onto Ophi. Again, the cursor. Yep, very nice. And now Alphen has a free turn. He can palm Ophi.
I like how that's. I like how quadraaceps is playing the game twice here.
Very nice. So you go ×3 here. ×3. Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm playing the game. Hello?
We actually got a pretty unoptimal turn order here, so we actually have to toss some extra resources onto because we value the collect here a lot. So we're gonna go for collect. Yep. And they're not going to quite have enough damage to finish off Ogre Eagle. Not as pretty as the Team Boomers. So I believe it is 1 extra L stone plus amputation.
I believe so. Wind.
Windstone, yep, very expendable.
No, you don't.
And I think amputation should do it.
I'll do my best.
Let's see.
Break the bound.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Very nice.
Nice.
So we're getting
On
ready
this
for our
side.
switch.
Yeah. So this is the final fight of the second part. This is Balagar, the Rune Blade, and basically, well, the way the Rune Blade works is they like to augment their attacks with elemental powers. So it seems, I mean, we're just going to do the massive buff as we've been doing. This is kind of going to be the order of the day, pretty much. But there we go. That's Sunny's bit down, and then the final boomer will take the stand.
Yeah, we got Enk taking over here. Which seat do you want?
And Enk actually has a pretty complicated setup that he has to do to play optimally. So Enk, please take your time setting up your Japanese text.
Take all the time.
Your memory cursor.
We got time.
Memory cursor. God.
We're a Balagar and a Winnehild ahead of you.
Yeah, I know.
Even after I tried to chuck on Steora.
Yeah.
So while you guys are switching runners, mind if I button for a moment?
I forgot.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to take a moment to talk about Twitch chat directly. Like, if you've been paying attention to this run so far, you might have seen a strategy that our runners use for some of the bosses early in the run, where they were paying money for mercenaries to go ahead and, you know, destroy the evil around the world.
Oh yeah.
You, Twitch chat, you can basically be those heroes because, you know, you can go ahead and pay that money to an organization called Save the Children, so they actually have the ability to do exactly that. You know, go around the globe and help improve the situations for children, like basically everywhere. So please go ahead and do that. Help us reach our goal for this event, which is like $115,000. We are still a couple days away from reading that. But more momentarily is a donation incentive for a bonus game, Marty's Meltdown. Now, you might not know that game, but it is a looker. Like, that game will definitely give you a meltdown if you donate for it, but we're only halfway there to reach that. So please go ahead, you know, throw money at Save the Children and help us reach that. And exactly doing that is Anonymous with a $10 donation saying, each time the reader can make one of the runners say potato, I'll cash in an extra $10.
Do we have to say
so,
it like
guys, can you just give me a couple potatoes there?
Potato?
What now? Sorry.
What's your favorite kind of fry, Yes?
I'm focusing.
What are you focusing on?
Therion doesn't need anything. Therion doesn't need anything.
All right, stress.
Why are you trying
put him
to
back on?
focus?
Put him back in cleric.
Yeah.
Put Therion back in cleric.
This is all Sunny's fault.
Do you have the clarity for potatoes?
No. I don't have the clarity to do anything except...
I think tater tots are probably the superior potato.
No.
Yep. Tater tots like smothered in some green chili. Let's go.
For those of you who don't know, are potatoes potatoes?
Potatoes are potatoes for sure.
Evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
Hey. Cover.
Yeah.
Now heal.
What? All right. So Enk is now fully taken.
Wow.
Yeah. Perfect.
Gets the curse
SP.
encounter. But yeah, Enk also had to do probably what I consider the hardest menu in the run, which is the post-Balagar menu. It's just very unintuitive and yeah.
Yeah, you gotta change 4 equips in OP and
on top
remove stuff from Alpha.
On top of having to get his settings all set up. And Enk also uses a different party order than what I think most runners use, just to save a couple of inputs on the various path actions that are used throughout the run.
Yeah, and I'm gonna change the order because if I look at the party on the right, and I will look at the wrong people because I just glance at the amount of BB I have, and I often look like the wrong person if I have the wrong order.
Yeah,
and that's really bad because I will feel BB for like the wrong person.
Healing.
Healing, yeah. Thank you. I forget what the herbs are called.
Okay, now it should be free. You have to defend with both of them. Yeah. Ideally, you want to break Winnehill with somebody else because...
no chance Elemental Break.
Yeah, because Elemental Break, you don't have the Unerring Bracelet here, and Winnehill has higher evasion. So we do hit. Very good.
I didn't save either. Like, I would have to do the menu again.
Okay, very good. Elephants. And because Yisk is a god gamer, we have exactly enough SP for this fight.
Dude, it's almost like someone routed this.
Was he powered by potatoes, though?
Very nice damage.
Always powered by potatoes.
Always.
All right, that's Winnie down for the Team Zoomers over there.
All right, good job. Yes.
Only
one more fight left.
I'm gonna die to Balagar.
Do we have Windell?
What? Sorry?
No.
We do.
They're talking.
Yeah, okay, they're talking about.
Yeah.
Do we have a window? Okay, that's what.
Yeah, we have. I got every extra stuff. But yeah, so Enk right now basically has three more characters to finish out. We have Ulbrich, Primrose, and Honnet. And Ulbrich is going to be the first one to go because once you complete his chapter
nice
4,
discount on the Sorcerer's Robe.
Yeah, incredible.
Once you complete Ulbrich's chapter 4, you get access to the Captain's Badge, which is a piece of equipment that doubles the XP that you gain from fights. So we did the Badge of Friendship first because JP is much more important early in the run. XP becomes very important later in the run, specifically when we get to Therian's chapter 4. But yeah, this is all very, very trivial at this point in the run.
We're gonna do some really fair duels.
Yeah, very honorable fight. It's a good day for battle. Yep. See you, man. This is pay to win at its finest.
You love to see it.
I mean, it's a duel between the veteran and the dude. Oops is watching.
Yeah, you think pay to win for all the chapter 4 bosses was excessive? Just look at these guys.
Oh.
Yeah, back in like, I don't know, when the Galdera was first routed, we always had a ton of extra money and we had no idea what to do with it. This is one of the money sinks because every time Ulbrich is using bets here, we are overkilling these guys by a ton and just wasting 30k each time.
Nice, everybody level.
Yeah, thank God. Xoneris didn't mess up that bad.
Yeah, Ulbrich's chapter 2 is really, really slow. You have the 2 forced challenges right there, and then we're going to be forced to go into the arena and fight. Well, we have to fight Victorino here before, and then we have to fight 3 fights inside the arena. So Ulbrich chapter 2 just takes 4.
Nice. No encounter.
Enk getting the good turn order here. There's a couple of different kills that work on Victorino, and just using 3x Ventus is probably the fastest, or you can use a Windell in combination with a Ventus if Ophelia goes first.
Yeah, that's why I asked about the Windell, because you can't do that strat if you don't have it.
Yeah. Entering the arena, and we're going to have 3 back-to-back fights that are all dealt with very trivially.
Nice palm M dupe.
We are hoping...
Love to see it.
You basically want to see Ophelia second on all of these fights. But speed is fake, and you can't actually like decide where you want your party members to go.
Yeah, speed is definitely fake. By the way, speaking of speed, we've been going pretty fast here with the talking. Let's give our Rita a chance, maybe.
Yep. Ishma, over to you.
And when Therion defends here, actually this is a really good time to use Panther Dance because it shifts Tressa up 1 slot, so she would be before Ophi.
Quickly interjecting with a $5 donation by Turkey.
Oh, the cursor.
Just saying, how's biz going?
How is biz going?
This is, by the way, the Japanese spell names. I just wanted to bring that up. So English has like this actual spell names like Fireball, Firestorm.
Right.
Is Adere. In Japanese, the spell names are like
so could you help me
fire
set
spell,
it? Just
big fire
reset.
spell,
Yeah.
and really big fire spell.
All right, Yisk has finished his part. Very good job, Yisk. And he's just gonna help me reset the key bindings first.
Yeah.
Because I do not know what his key bindings are.
My key bindings are like sort of scuffed, so let's just...
First key bindings.
Okay.
We totally practiced the hot seat.
Okay, finally I'm playing. Very nice.
Finally. Hello, I'm back to your favorite Zoomer.
All right, so status of the race so far, we got Team Boomer is roughly, I would say, what, 7-8 minutes ahead? And then, so we have Enk versus Quadra, and Quadra is the actual current world record holder in this category and has like an absolutely insane time. So we need all the time buffer we can get.
And now it's a comeback for the Boomers. The Zoomers, I mean. Zoomer comeback, engaged. Gotta watch how this man...
Boomers are gonna win.
Sounds like Xoneris is an undercover agent for the wrong team because he's played Uno with you.
I mean, if anything, I'm an undercover zoomer.
Xoneris, what's your favorite potato?
Hot ones.
And we have Xoneris back on the desk. How was your time in the Shadow Realm?
It was okay. Sitting in the crowd, getting mocked by Yisk like every 10 minutes was good fun.
I mean, deservedly slow. That's why your team is behind.
I feel like Yisk played slower than me, but
no, Yisk,
subjective.
Yisk maintained.
Sure. Sure.
Yisk, yeah, I don't know. Yisk didn't die.
No, Yisk did great.
Yeah.
Yisk practiced. That's cheating.
Nice, I got Ophi first. Easy luminescence there.
All right, so Ank is finishing up Olbrich 3 here. Again, just small optimizations everywhere. Like when you end Olbrich 2, you're at the north part of town, so by teleporting out and then coming back in, you save just a little bit of running time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Quad just starting off with the good old barrack here.
Yep.
It's always fun to watch Chapter 1 characters or the Chapter 1 bosses get absolutely disintegrated by how overpowered we are by now.
Come on, Ophi first. Oh, unlucky. I got Ophi first. She's supposed to be like the fastest member in the party right now because she has the knowledge stuff on.
Yeah, see, one attack, boss down, easy.
Yeah. So speaking of knowledge staff, Ank just re-equipped the knowledge staff. During Olbrich 2, you have the BT staff on because you don't want to see Ophelia first. But we're going to have 2 mandatory lizard encounters here where Ophelia can just end them in 1 turn. So we want as much speed on her as possible to try to get through these encounters as fast as possible.
Yeah, we're actually going to have the knowledge staff on for like almost the rest of the section besides the final gauntlet.
Yeah, so at this point, like Ophelia is powerful enough. We don't need the extra damage from the BT staff. So speed is good.
By the way, did we explain why suddenly the game is in Japanese?
Yeah. Ank likes to play in Japanese. The absolute legend.
It doesn't really save any time, right? Just
No, there's no difference.
Yep.
It's just I always played the game in Japanese, so...
Yeah, so the only thing that does save time is switching to Japanese voices does actually save time for Hanet's chapter. Her Japanese voice lines are much shorter than the English version.
They lose time on all bricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's really neglectable time save and time lost. Like, talk about a handful of seconds.
You get to hear Waga Ken, though.
Waga Ken. It's true.
All right, and I think this is kind of a good lull if Ishma wants to chat about anything.
Give me just a second, but maybe in the meantime you can tell me about your favorite potato dishes.
Well, I already said tater tots with green chili.
But that was only you. What about the others? There are 3 more with you.
Let me think about more. I like potato salad.
Okay.
Does that count?
That's fine.
I like mashed potatoes.
Mashed taters?
I like
sweet potato fries. Yeah.
I like sweet potato fries. Are those potatoes? No, they're not. But
it's a sweet potato. It's a potato.
It counts,
It
definitely.
literally says potato. How?
Did you know that actually the potato was named after the sweet potato?
I did not.
What?
Yeah.
Real?
Yeah, it's real. Like original like name of the I think it's it's based on the original sweet potato or something like that.
The more you know.
Today I learned.
Today I learned.
So Twitch chat, if you would like us to tell your favorite potato, why don't go ahead and do so with a donation, because we are still collecting money for this Smarties Meltdown donation incentive. We are still quite a ways away from that, and we would really like to go ahead and meet that, because if we wouldn't, that would be actually the first bid war that we would lose during this event, and I definitely do not want to condone this during my hosting shift here. So please go ahead and put some money towards that donation incentive. We are about half of the way there, so I definitely know we can make this, because we have a little more than an hour left in this run, depending on if Team Zoomer is actually gonna go ahead and beat Team Boomer.
Surely will happen, I believe.
you do want to see Smarties, though. Definitely put some money toward that.
Be smart, donate to Smarties.
Yeah, exactly.
We have quadraaceps now on the controllers. Surely
Ank's no slouch either. I've seen Ank do his run.
Yeah, this is where we... And sorry to pun, but this is where we will zoom through the game.
These are definitely the two.
We're gonna boom through the game.
Oh, huh?
So would you go ahead and rename quadraaceps to Galdera-ceps if he beats him?
And but yeah, like for real, the time difference might seem huge, but there's still a few things that can happen that can realistically change this by quite a bit. Especially.
Don't you jinx it.
Especially the potential final boss.
Nothing can ever go wrong on that fight.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong at the very final boss of the game.
At this point, the biggest risk is not RNG, but the fact that I will mess up the targeting cursor.
Yeah, X's gonna target the male puppet, the female puppet.
We have enough stones, right? I don't need to steal this one.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, Quadra, meanwhile, at this Colosseum battle we talked about earlier, where you gotta do 3 fights in a row.
You only have palm like L's left. So.
That's fine.
Yeah.
This is the last palm we need.
Yeah.
Before the gauntlet.
Shout out to Archibald using his strongest move on the first turn.
I mean, you would too if you could.
Yeah, another little minor optimization there. Ulbrich 4 sends you to the right side of Riverford, and we do need to get the Fort L that is located in Saintsbridge that you can't get until after Alphen 3. So you teleport out, go get the Fort L, and then teleport back in. Saves a little bit of running time, and we eventually need all of the physical attack items that we could possibly get.
A little unlucky here with OP first on this fight, so I'm gonna have to do a slightly slower backup by using Alfrix on the next turn.
And we spent like 60k on this dude.
Yeah, just chucking money at him.
Yeah, this is why fighting people solo with Olberg is kind of unfair, because you can still just get some more help.
Yeah, both characters, like, so Ulbrich and Haunit, they both have the ability to challenge NPCs. Haunit she actually can't use any spells. She could use her summons and items, but Ulbrich is able to use his spells. All right, and this is probably one of the most awkward menus in the game. So we finally now have like a ton of JP. So we've been having Hard Worker and the Badge of Friendship on for basically the entire run. So our JP acquisition is like super fast. And the advanced jobs, their spells take 2,000 JP each, which is just like way more than the base classes. But they have some really good passives, particularly Boost Start and BP Eater. So we're going to be getting those for our main characters for the main cast. Boost Start is going to make it so you start with an extra BP at the start of its turn.
Get rid of, yeah.
And that's going to be really handy for setting up Elfrix and Elfin.
Oh yeah, BP.
Yeah, basically just gives you access to turn 2 divine skills and cuts like every single fight by 1 turn. Cuts 1 turn out of like every single fight coming up.
It gets really strong, and BP Eater is one of the best damaging supports in the game.
It's basically an unconditional 1.5 times damage boost.
Insane.
Because every time you want to deal damage, you're gonna boost anyway.
I'll kill this if Elvis first.
YOLO Flea.
Oh, get the YOLO Flea.
Yeah, let's go.
Love to see it.
The YOLO Flea.
Very skillful.
Yeah, fleeing in this game is kind of weird. We do basically everything we can to boost our flee chance. So we have Evil Ward on Therian, which makes it so you can run away from enemies a little bit easier. And Precipience is on Tressa. So we're trying to make it so that if we do get those like troll encounters, that we can flee from them as quick as possible. All right, so I think we have another little bit of a lull here. Enk is making his way toward the guy that has a house in his manor, or a horse in his manor for some reason. Like,
oh yeah,
don't understand. And then Quadra's making his way through Ulbrich chapter.
Look, I don't know why you all always ask why there's a horse. Y'all never ask how's the horse.
How is the horse?
How's the horse? Have you ever considered its feelings?
Yeah, how does it feel being sit on in a house? Like here, that's what we mean.
Yeah, so we have a horse here. But this fight is just going to be pretty trivial now that we have access to double divines.
Do you ever feel bad like beating this guy because you kind of killed a horse too?
No, you just killed the guy. Horse is fine.
Doesn't look like it.
But anyway, I think we have some donations there that need to be read. So Ishma, take it away.
Absolutely. We have the $30 donation from Xoneris saying,
Yo, Sino!
Save the world, my hero. I'm talking about you, Quadra. No pressure. We also have a $70 donation by Anonymous saying, potatoes are indeed potatoes, but also best potatoes are mashed potatoes. Fight me. And we have another $140 donation.
Oh, let's go.
Again by Anonymous, I dug my own potato grave. And to make absolutely sure that he keeps digging, guys, gonna talk about a little bit more tonight about the potatoes. Keep digging, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Every potato sound from you guys is another $10 by that guy.
We can say potato a lot.
I mean, you're using these crystal thingies to fight the bosses, right? Maybe they are actually potatoes that you're using to.
Good job, Terion. He has potato fingers for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
like pomegranates are now potatoes.
And no
Works
lizards
for me.
before OP. Oh, yep, nice. It's perfect.
Yeah, now that we have finished Ulbrich Chapter 4, Anka's going to do a little bit of cleanup here. So like I mentioned earlier, we get access to the Captain's Badge, but we have to also have to do a side quest. We have to do Donovan's Condition here, which is going to enable us to get the Captain's Badge, and then we also have to buy the BT Sword. So we had the battle-tested staff, we're going to be buying the battle-tested sword, which is going to help us with our damage problem that we're going to run into a little bit later on in the run.
Nice thing about a BT sword is it also increases all physical damage by 30%. That's the main reason why you want to get it.
It's insane.
It's really good. Yeah. For the final boss, we're going to be using a physical setup for the second phase. So we're going to want as much help as we get. Unfortunately, physical skills suffer from not being able to have as many buffs as the elemental skills. BT's sword is like one of the only few things that only actually buffs physical attacks. Besides like armor corrosive and lion dance is like the only thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a theme of the late game items is that you get like passive bonuses from using them. So there's a item for every element that's going to boost your elemental attack by 30%. And just in general, like it's much easier to stack elemental attack than it is physical attack. Like an example is the elemental augmenter gives you 100, whereas the mighty belt only gives you 50.
Yeah.
So like the corresponding items for physical are much worse.
And then there aren't like any hats and body armor that also give you physical attack, unlike the elemental attack equipment.
Elemental robe and stuff.
Yeah, you got none of those for physical, which is why it just tends to suffer a lot in terms of getting big physical damage.
Yeah, when we were playing rando a lot, we would always joke about physical being bait. You don't ever want to try to make a physical setup.
Yeah. But when you actually do set it up very well and very precisely, it can actually be it could
be worse than magic.
The thing is, magic takes a lot of setup, but physical doesn't take as much setup, and they can deal like it can still deal a lot of damage. So you'll see later, like towards the end. It only matters in the end when we use physical.
So just like Ulbrich cheated at doing his battles, Onyx is also going to cheat and use soul stones instead of actually fighting these guys. And Enk did a very important menu there where he equipped the Lizard King axe. It boosts your elemental lightning damage by 30% as well. That also counts for soul stones. So it takes the place of the fire L that was chucked away by Bowie a little earlier.
Yeah, I would have happy to do that if Bowie hadn't used the stone.
So, Sunny, when you say stone, do you mean potatoes?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, sure, clearly.
The fire potato that we just chucked.
It's a nice discount.
Oh,
So it's a very niche little strat, but it comes in very handy that just a weapon increases the damage of your potato stones.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, like the Lizard King axe you get really early on, and there was like a really cool All Main Stories route that abused it, where you just use lightning damage as opposed to like the normal fire.
Yeah, and it has Honey as the sorcerer, so that's the best route.
It was cool. It was slow, but it was cool.
Another thing about potatoes, actually, and Japanese language, in English, the sizes are small, medium, and large. But in Japanese, they're actually just stone, large, and very large. I don't know why they changed that.
Very simple.
Would you guys say that potatoes are an element?
Maybe.
Oh, we have like 1 billion windstones.
Yeah.
3 left. Sadly, we need only like 1 more.
So that's the second. That's the last soulstone used, right? No, shadow.
We have 2 shadow M's, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't use a shadow M.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you don't?
It's just a different strat I like.
Chuck a bunch of windows, it's fine.
Yeah, we have windows until the end of days.
Yeah, we're good. Good on resources. Yeah. Part of the problem with doing this in a relay style is like passing the information of what's in your inventory along. When you're running this solo, like you can kind of keep a mental tally, but trying to keep track of what your other runners are doing is pretty difficult.
Here's the chance at looking at quadraaceps doing menus and like super fast, ultra lightning speed. Doesn't even need to look at notes like me and Yisk need to do. Like, look at this god gamer.
Alright, so now we are getting to the point where we actually don't even need double divine skills. Ophelia is hitting hard enough with just the scholar divine skill, so it saves a bunch of animation time to not have to add the Aelfrix onto your sorcerer. So we just wind up using Aelfins on a lot of these fights, so we don't have to see the double animation of the sorcerer skills.
What's kind of interesting about this run is that like the level doesn't really matter as much, since like you're getting your abilities based on your draw points and not based on experience. So as long as you have enough experience, draw points to get all the good abilities, your experience and level doesn't even matter as much.
Yeah, and the level part of the damage formula is really minor. It does weigh in a little bit, but it's super minor.
I'm pretty sure throughout the most of the game we're just under leveled, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really look like it.
We are actually over leveled for a lot of the chapter 2s and 3s because we get a lot of XP from doing the.
So here you get another look at the man with the house in his mansion, at the horse in his mansion, casually sitting on it like.
I actually got pretty unlucky. He actually tarot Ophi, but I got a good enough turn order that I can recover it and still do 2 turns for this fight.
Alright, so
And yeah, this man is gonna get blasted in just a second here. Or burned to a crisp.
Like potatoes?
Like a potato!
But why would you burn them to a crisp?
I don't know, maybe.
Some people like crisp potatoes.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Not burnt potatoes.
It's the worst turn order, by the way.
Listen, you don't judge.
Oh,
Okay, we got a dodge.
Alright, we're good. Yeah, so this is Aelek. He's kind of he pops up during a lot of these like side stories as well, and he's going to be very important a little bit later on for his side quest.
And he's an absolute jerk.
Yeah, he is a jerk. But you saw there he can confuse Haunted and make her unable to act, and we really don't have like the greatest gear on her because she's a side character. We're not actually using her to like do any real damage. So we don't really equip her any time during Galdera.
Yeah, we just give her like defense and HP so she doesn't die.
Slap some HP on her and like good luck.
Yeah, that's what we do to a lot of the rotating characters.
Yeah, we have our main 3 characters with Ophelia, Therian, and Tressa, and then everybody else just kind of rotates in.
Yeah, it's like the hotel door, it just rotates.
So would you say could auto slap some potatoes on them?
Oh, and Enk getting the encounterless Whitewood. That's probably one of the worst screens in the game. So getting that is very rare.
Yeah, fortunately, in the long category, it doesn't really matter because you're strong enough to survive it. But if you're running on it single story, if you get the encounter here, that's like very bad luck.
Yeah, you can break it and flee, but it takes...
If you're lucky, yeah.
You don't need to be lucky. You just don't need to get ambushed.
Yeah. Get ambushed.
Get elementals. Yeah.
Coming up on the dragon here, probably one of the easiest chapter 3 fights.
Yeah.
I'd say.
He gives you a setup turn.
Yeah, first turn he does like nothing. He's just like, what is he even doing? I already forgot.
Yeah, Dragon is actually he's a pretty chonky chapter 3 boss, so we do have to do a little bit more setup on him, so we're going to wind up breaking him, using Elemental Break, and then using Elephants to go ahead and take him out very quickly with Ophelia.
Also, like, as you can see, he's only weak to Light and Axe right now, but very conveniently we are required to have Hanet in the party, and she just wields Axe, so it's very easy to get through those shields.
Yeah, this guy's a pretty vanilla boss. That's why I like to call him Blue Eyes White Dragon, because it's a non-effect monster.
Wow! Yeah, Quadra coming up here on some mandatory story-related some of these fights. And as already said, we're gonna cheat a little bit. Unfortunately, we can't cheat like Olberic and just hire some help, but we can still just throw some potatoes at these fools here, which is good enough.
We just got some walking going on here, so Ishma, I see you might have some messages for us.
I certainly do. We have a $25 donation from Null Sprite saying, shout out to my streamer buddy Nautico. If anyone can make sure those kids are stranded, it's you. That donation actually was probably going towards our second stream, though, where Nautico was running Survival Kits, if I remember the name of that game correctly. So please, if you put a donation towards ESA, make sure that you actually select the right stream. Because right now we are running 2 streams simultaneously. All of your donations will still go towards Save the Children. I know it's a bit of a hassle to select all of these things, but if you want to have them read on the right stream, please make sure that you actually select the right stream. However, also, put your donations toward a bid, because we are still only about halfway towards the Smarties Meltdown Showcase that is happening just in about an hour and a little more, actually. So please go ahead, and if you donate, put it towards that. That would make me very happy, just like smashed potatoes, I suppose.
Nice.
Thank you, Ishma. Anchor right there did a very important setup during Haunted 4. So there's an NPC in Marcelim called Maruf, and one of the big reroutes around putting Ophelia as sorcerer is her ability to get to guide NPCs. Her guide ability is capped by level, so by switching from Cyrus sorcerer over to Ophelia sorcerer, you get a ton of XP on her. And there are 2 very important items that we need: the Tradewind Spear and the Primeval Primeval Bow of Storms, that need the guide ability or the allure ability. Back in the day when we used Cyrus Sorcerer, we had to recruit Primrose and have her do these RNG allures, and you could waste a whole bunch of time just by failing 30% over and over again. But now that we have Ophelia as the sorcerer, she gets free guides, and it makes the end section of this game incredibly consistent.
We just made both screens without encounters.
Oh wow, that's really rare.
You're gonna have 15%. We're low on XP.
And yeah, here's the final boss.
You can actually force an encounter later in Prim 4, so it's not a big deal.
Here we got the final boss of Hannes chapter, Red Eye. In this longer category, he's not really an issue, but probably one of the most interesting bosses in like the single story speedruns, because he has so much variety that is super satisfying to learn. But here in this category, we just set up and blast him to bits, easy peasy. Talking about blasting to bits, Quadra killed the reindeer thing.
The Lord of the Forest.
I like to call it Xerneas.
Xerneas?
Xerneas is
the Pokemon?
Yeah, the Pokemon Xerneas from Pokemon X.
Hey, we got Bowie another achievement.
Man, we're getting Bowie all the achievements here. Have you ever played the game, mate? Like, what is happening?
Wow.
If I haven't, that says a lot about the beginning of the race.
Look,
well, I guess it's true.
Let it be known that Bowie played this game on a potato console, right?
Oh, imagine playing this game on Switch.
Oh, imagine.
I definitely have not played this game on Switch before.
Yeah, how could you? Like, it's not like, yeah.
It's not like the Switch version is so much slower than PC.
It's
Look,
also
guys, we at ESA, we love all systems equally. Okay, okay.
It's true. We don't judge.
But the PC version's better.
Yeah.
Yes, but we don't judge. So, and that's Primrose.
Yep. Again, this is just kind of the cleanup phase of the run. So Ank just finished all of Honnet's chapters, and now we're going to go through and blast through all the Primrose's chapters.
My inputs.
Oh my gosh, that's a long line. Stand
So, yeah.
now against me.
Primrose's story is, I'd say, a little bit generic. It's just about revenge. Like, somebody killed her father. She wants to kill the killers of the father. And that's basically it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a TLDR of Primrose's story.
Did we talk about Honnet's story at all?
I don't think we did.
Not really. I mean, all of the stories
You
can
guys
be,
suck.
like, summarized really quick. So, Honnet's story is her, like, foster father went missing and she was searching him and found out a bunch of stuff, and at the end she finds him and everything is fine.
But
That's basically
you neglect to mention the tying together thing, though. So,
yeah,
Graham Crossford is actually Red Eye, and that is Kit's dad. So Kit's dad was...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and that's why we actually have to deal with all this stuff with Kit. because he is the key to the summoning of Galdera, because his bloodline is tied to this ancient evil. So we had to help Kit, and
Where am I going?
Lieblack is going to not. Lieblack is going to use Kit for the summoning.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Yisk for stealing all the extra stones, because I just finished a Laic, oh my gosh, with exactly enough soul stones. I'm actually going to check if I actually accidentally took off Evil Ward. I don't believe I did. No, Evil Ward's on. I'm just got really unlucky.
Yeah, that's like...
Octopath being Octopath.
And that happens. That happens in a race. One team gets lucky and the other team does not. As we can see. That was surely the only reason why we're so far behind. Surely.
You're not that far behind. You're fine.
Yeah, you're gonna fail final boss and it's all good. Like. So as mentioned, for the final boss, you need to finish the stories of all 8 characters and then you get access. And as Sunny already mentioned, there's little hints and bits and pieces that try to connect all the 8 characters towards the final big bad of the game. That is optional, by the way. Kind of optional.
Yeah, and it is a little bit hidden. So if you're playing through this game casually, you do have to finish all of the Kit the Traveler quests. There's 3 of them, as well as Daughter of the Dark God 1 and 2, and then Alphas and the Impresario. So we've been just kind of going through those without even really talking too much about them. But you really do have to dig into the lore of the game to actually figure out how to get to that final super boss.
Yeah. Also, the final boss is on its own league of difficulty compared to the rest. All of the special bosses, Dryzang, Steora, those for example, even they are pretty fair compared to, or easy compared to, how hard the final boss can be. Especially casually, there's many people who didn't have a fun time trying to beat Galdera, but that's probably because of some different reasons.
Yeah, casually, Galdera is a giant step up from Chapter 4 boss.
Yeah. He's like the equivalent of a Chapter 6 or 7 boss, if that was the thing.
But yeah, we see here some really small micro optimizations. So Enki using Holy Light there, it's just since it's just a single hit spell, its animation is much shorter than all of the sorcerer spells that hit 3 times. And just knowing your damage ranges and how you can use the fastest animation to finish the fight is really important to getting a good time in this category.
I do believe Primrose is the last character, right?
Yes.
Yep.
It's the last character we pick up, but it's not the last Chapter 4 that we're going to finish, because we still have a couple more characters after that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And we're now so strong that we don't need to really explain much of the fights. You just strong enough to just blast everything to bits and pieces, mostly.
We are still powering up though. One of the cool things about Galdera is you do have this power curve that slowly and steadily keeps going up. So the final piece of the puzzle to get our setup ready for Galdera is getting the elemental boosting weapons. So this Alaic quest right here, where you have to defeat this bandit, is to get the Primeval Bow of Storms, which is an item that increases your wind damage done by 30%. We're going to add that to the Trade Wind Spear, and Tressa can actually equip both of them, and they are additive. So you do get that full bonus from both of the items, and that's going to be really, really important when it comes to the final boss strategy.
Nice. I also skipped the first screen for Hanet. Ideally, I do want to take one encounter in this chapter, so ideally, I do see one encounter in this screen. Yeah, you still want to be kind of on top of your XP game at this point, because you do want to hit some level thresholds, namely level 45 on Therion for his final chapter.
Yeah, there's a reason Therion is done last.
Yeah, a couple of reasons actually. And I do get Ophi first, that's perfect actually.
Oh, yeah, and Primrose's story just has a bunch of lore. It's almost as bad as Alphen's story, where you just have to sit here holding B and skipping cutscenes.
Yeah, but remember, TLDR still get revenge.
Alright, let's see if I get a good turn order here, and not quite. So it's fine. Standard red eye fight.
Yep.
Alright, he hits Therion. Red eye can actually kill a few people. Therion is actually double tap proof, so it's fine. It's a free kill here.
Yeah, looks good. Some buffing up. Elfins and Elfrics. Then
no
the spell.
bug.
Yeah,
There we
chest
go.
was there.
Easy. Let's go! Let's go, Team Zoomers.
Let's go, Team Zoomers.
Easy. I still believe.
That was a really late encounter.
Yeah.
So yeah, 104 done as well for us over here. It's time to pick up the Primrose. And slowly but steadily,
Level up.
Yeah.
slowly but surely going through all the messing chapters we have not done yet.
Yeah. Again, just a lot of cleanup. We have 32 chapters to finish, and at this point, we're getting through them very, very quickly. But Ishma, I think.
I was just about to say.
Yeah. You can throw it to Ishma then.
Yeah, hey Ashma, how about you read us a donation in the meantime?
One of the donations, they're actually trickling in just a little bit slowly at the moment, but I just want to plug that we are only about $370 away from our next milestone, which will be $32,000, and we still have more than half an hour left in this run. So, Twitch chat, how about you get on it and, you know, be smart about it. Put your money towards a bid war, or just another bid goal, because we do want to be smart around here, see some smarties melt down, because the Rixer will showcase and demonstrate a phenomenon which has mesmerized the speedrunning world for a while now, and you definitely do want to watch that, because we definitely were bamboozled when we first saw that speedrun happening.
It sounds dramatic, but he's actually right.
I mean, we do love our bonus games, right? We want more speedrunning at this event. There's a whole lot happening, but it can go on longer if you got those bonus games in.
So anyway, Potato. Where was I?
I don't trust Terion.
Yeah. I wasted all of our steals, I'm sorry.
It's fine. We had the extra money. We had like 50k before the dagger, which is barely gonna buy it.
We're very good on money. Yeah. By the end of this run, we're buying a lot of very expensive weapons.
Gonna take the encounter here.
Yeah. So in
Probably just pick up the money while I'm at it.
Yeah. In Haunted 2, we actually picked up the double tomahawk, which is a very unique weapon because it hits twice for every attack. That's going to be pretty important.
Yeah.
And then we also picked up the BT axe, which increases the damage of ice attacks and lightning attacks, right? It's a double elemental weapon. So it's really important, but also very expensive. And then the last thing we're saving up is the Viper Dagger, which is a dagger that just has a gigantic speed boost.
The double tomahawk is a very unique kind of weapon. Are there any weapons that like let you double attack besides this axe?
Nope, just the double tomahawk.
Yeah. And you will see it in full glory later, because it's actually really helpful if you try to break shields if somebody is weak against axe, and if you just get double amounts of hits in, that's super nice. Can't complain about that. Also here, last chapter for Primrose here. We're about to get to the final boss of her story. And this last era is pretty cool. Or like, this is like the absolute BM. The boss is like retelling the story of how Primrose's father was killed in this like epic theater. And he just like really likes to rub it into Primrose, like how much of an awful person this final boss person is.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be like a mystery throughout all of Primrose's story that Simeon was actually the one that was behind her father's death. But we've been hunting down his left-hand man, his right-hand man, and now we're finally at the man himself, Simeon.
Yeah, we also get some pretty pogging music for this first phase of Simeon.
Yeah, he also just smugly sitting in his chair while you just blast him.
Yeah, and this is a very unique boss fight in that it has two phases. So it's the only Chapter 4 boss that has two sets that you have to destroy. And it also very conveniently, the female puppet has an item called the Mental Belt. So we're going to be using Therion to steal the Mental Belt. And that's going to be what we wind up using for our final setup. It's a item that boosts both physical and elemental attacks. So it's going to be really important.
I didn't target the puppet.
Yes.
Yeah, as you can see, if phase 1, if Simeon dies, the two puppets also die, so you don't really need to bother with them all too much.
Yeah, just using the single target boost to do as much damage to one target as possible. And that is the fight that the cursor control you if you aren't paying attention.
And now we see Mimion in full force. He's actually bothered to actually stand up from his chair and is trying to fight us now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so
That's a little bit rude.
So Simeon actually, so he will always silence somebody on turn 1, and is the entire reason we buy the Herbs of Clamor to be able to cleanse our party of silence. But Ophelia was able to get her elemental break off before Simeon acted, so this should be a pretty quick fight.
Yeah, this is your friendly reminder to buy the herbs to get rid of the silence. It surely never happened to me to get to this point and not had the herbs and lost like 8 minutes because I had to buy them and walk throughout the dungeon again.
Yeah, very clean.
Fun time.
That's what we like to see. Keeping that lead.
Not for long though.
I mean, I think Ank has kept the lead just fine. I don't think we've lost any ground.
Maybe a little bit slower menu than Quadra.
I'm gonna leave you in that belief.
All right, so our final 2 sections of the run are going to be Therian 4 and Cyrus 4.
Yeah.
And both of these sections have quite a bit of running around during the actual like story prompts.
Yeah.
So we're going to be, again, combining the 2 and kind of bouncing back and forth between them to make sure that we don't do a ton of running in the towns. So we're going to start off with Therian. He has a forced encounter against 3 bandits right here. And we're going to be using... we're going to be going through those 3 bandits and then getting to the north section of Northreach here in order to progress the story and then switching out over to Cyrus.
Yeah, it's super cool how over the years this game got like routed in a way that you do like multiple chapters of characters at the same time, just because it saves like little amounts of traveling time in between.
Rude.
Oh, boo.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Bandits being bandits.
JP is really, really tight on Cyrus. We have to make sure that he is able to get hang tough before Lucia. And if you miss any XP, any JP on him for his mandatory encounters, you don't get it.
So, Sunny, want to walk us through why exactly we're doing Cyrus and Therion's chapters last?
Oh, yeah.
Even though we recruited them basically at the start of the game? Like, why are we stalling these 2 so much?
Well, there's a few reasons. So the big one is that Cyrus's final boss, Lucia, is a gigantic pain. Lucia has 30 shields, and
Yeah,
we have no
30.
we have no reasonable way to break through that. So we're not going to, and we want to wait until we're at like basically maximum power before engaging with Lucia.
And
But-
Therion?
We'll get to that. We're not there yet. But yeah, one of the big optimizations with getting Ophelia as your sorcerer is Cyrus has a skill called Analyze Foe. And every time you enter into a fight with Cyrus, he is going to take the time and reveal one of the weaknesses on the enemy. And over the course of a 4-hour run, that adds up. So
Yeah.
by kicking Cyrus out as soon as possible and using Ophelia as our sorcerer, you save, I think it's like roughly 2 minutes over the course of the run on just not having the Analyze Foe animation.
Yeah, Cyrus is technically like the strongest magic user in the game,
No.
but it's like not
Wait,
worth
who
it
has
because of the analyze thing.
Wait. Where's my
Oh?
necklace? Oh, it's in Therion. Should be by some-
Yeah,
No, it should be.
obviously. I mean,
No, it should be a necklace. That's my
I
bad.
can totally read what's on your screen here.
Yeah, that's fine. But this menu right here is pretty important. We finally have enough JP to start getting the Rune Blade skills on Ophelia. Her final class that she's destined for before we do the Super Boss is going to be the Rune Master class. And there's a really powerful passive ability that we need to get as early as possible, which is Elemental Edge. Elemental Edge will give Ophelia a permanent Peacock Strut. So we've been having to use the magic boosting ability basically the entire run, but now she just has it on her permanently, and we don't really have to worry about giving her that buff.
Yeah, meanwhile, Quadra here, arriving at the big theater. So Quadra will be dealing with Simeon in just a moment here, momentarily.
Yeah, we're finding out a little bit more story stuff in Cyrus Chapter 4 as well. So the book, From the Far Reaches of Hell, we've been basically trying to track it down the entire time. And all of these runes in the ruins of Eld are going to tell us a little bit more about why this ancient evil of Galdera was like trapped away in the first place. But it turns out Yvonne and Lucia are just like not very nice people, and they want that power for themselves. They're very, very selfish. So they want to use that evil and like harness it for themselves. But it turns them into these like beasts that they weren't like initially. So you saw Yvonne much earlier in the run was like disfigured and twisted. Same thing with Lucia right here. She has been basically leading Cyrus on this hunt this entire time. And now you can see this terrifying boss.
Well, so far it's not very terrifying, but now it is.
Yeah, there's the 30
The 30 shields. I think this is like the only like later chapter boss where we don't bother breaking all the shields to get like the bonus damage from being broken. We just like stack all the buffs and like kill her anyway.
Yeah. And you see there, Hang Tough on Cyrus is making sure he stays alive, even at his lowly 861 HP. So by getting Hang Tough on him, you can get the leg hold trap up, and this fight just comes together so nicely.
Yeah, the Quadra meanwhile started Simeon 1. Similar as before. Got a steal. Did you already steal from the puppet?
No.
Not yet. Oh yeah, they're blasting.
There goes Lucia.
It's always a sign of relief when you see the 1400 damage per hit, because then you know you didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah,
you can definitely make a lot of mistakes before that fight, like forgetting to put Ophelia back to Sorcerer.
Yeah, for sure. It's like everything in this run is really tight, and if you screw something up, you get punished for it almost immediately.
Yeah, either you have a backup or you lose lots of time.
Cool. We have a couple more story prompts here. Nothing crazy is going on here. Cyrus is just doing some investigation and learning about From the Far Reaches of Hell and how it's all tying into this ancient power that is Galdera. This is a little optimization here. You're able to it's faster to actually teleport out of the ruins of Eld and come back in to do the final story prompt than it is to run all the way around. But I think we should have time for
Aishma?
message. Aishma.
Yeah.
I can absolutely do that. We have a $20 donation from Leon Phoenix saying, "No donations? That won't do. Here's a little for my favorite FPS. No, that looks more like Dungeons and Dragons with my favorite runner, that guy, and the other guy, and the guy with the thing. Anyway, here's my favorite Final Fantasy." Thank you so much for that donation. And we have another $70 donation from Anonymous saying, "The potato farm is now empty. All the potatoes have been dug up and turned into french fries. Good luck on the remainder of the run." And I just want to take a moment to really get the hype going in the run, in the audience, sorry, on the run too. But this Anonymous alone has raised about $300 with his potato donation. So can we get some claps for that guy?
Potatoes.
Thank you so much. But stepping in for that, we have Happy Camper 41 with a $77 donation. We had favorite potato before, but how about you name your favorite Smarties? Time to meet some more incentives. We can do it. Hashtag shave Edenol.
Yeah.
So guys, what are your favorite Smarties?
Are there
The red
different
ones.
kinds of Smarties?
I'm pretty sure it's just color.
They all taste the same.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. What's your favorite Smarties color?
Blue? Is that a color? I don't know.
I think so, yeah. Red. Red is obviously Master Race.
Yeah. So the entire XP routing up to this point has been to get Therian to level 45. So he's able to change the percentage on that steal from 15% to 55%.
Yeah, that's a mandatory steal he has to do for the story.
Yeah, Octopath Traveler has a really good history of trolling you, where it's like, oh, 15%. I should get that pretty quickly. You can lose minutes.
Yeah, if you run Therion single story, then I think the chance is, what, 3%?
Yep, 3%.
So yeah, that's...
very meme.
3%, and if you fail it 5 times, you gotta go to the bartender and say, "Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to steal. Can I try again?" He says, "Yeah, sure. Give me some money and you can go again." Then you got another 5 tries and you keep going until you get 3%.
Yeah, you chuck some money at the problem.
Yeah, as always. This is like, chuck money at the problem, the game.
Yeah, so finishing off Therian's story, he's been hunting the Dragon Stones. There are these three orbs that have been collected by root encounter. But there's these 3 orbs that are being collected by Therion's old rival Darius. It was his friend in the beginning, and we got a bunch of flashbacks. But eventually, Darius decided to betray Therion, and they're no longer friends. And Darius has all these dragon stones, and House Ravis wants all of them. So Therion has to go collect them quite kindly from them, from Darius. Right?
Interestingly enough, Darius and Maddie are the only 2 bosses that like actually speak during their boss fight for some reason.
So yeah, it's a pretty trivial fight. This used to be one of the more difficult fights to route around, but due to some really just smart decisions made by people that are better at routing than I am, we are completely double tap proof for this fight, so it's very safe. It used to be that you could die and lose a couple minutes here, but not anymore.
Yeah, he's like the only boss where the normal version is more easier than the finished version.
Yeah.
The finished version can troll you if it gets double turns before you move.
Yeah, there's some backups for that one. That's one of the more difficult finished fights.
Meanwhile, we got Quadra also coming up on Lucia.
Yeah, so and then the final spoiler for Therion's story is after he was caught by Heathcote, they put that bangle on him, but it turns out it was unlocked the entire time. So he could have actually just left, but he really did want to get his revenge on Darius and get those dragon stones, which are now going to be used for the summoning of Galdera.
He just believed, the same way as I believe in Quadra.
You guys know what I believe in?
Potatoes?
That too, but also Smarties. But also that we are only $203 away from 32,000 being met during this run, so...
True.
Twitch chat!
Can we get this during the end of the run? Come on, guys. Come on, Twitch chat.
We can do it. So, Ank has completely finished up all 32 stories, and we're doing the final quest here. This is the Alphas and the Impresario, and this is so we can learn the location of the ruins of Hornburg to find out where the Galdera summoning is actually happening.
This tiger is absolutely pathetic, by the way. Like, you cannot fight this guy before you finished all 8 stories, and he's like so pathetic. I don't know what's up with that design.
Yeah, super easy. But now we can teleport to the ruins of Hornburg and finish the fight against Galdera. So Ank is getting his final setup done right here. We've been collecting these fortifying nuts throughout the entire run and just dumping them all onto Therion right there. He is going to get a huge boost to his physical attack, and for the majority of the run, we've only been using the Sorcerer class. We have to set up 3 different damage dealers here. So Tressa is getting moved over to the Sorcerer class, and we're going to be equipping her with double Elemental Augmenters, as well as the 2 wind boosting items
that you talked about earlier.
And so
she's the only one who can actually wear both of those?
Yeah, she can equip both of them as a sorcerer.
Olbrich can also equip both of them as a sorcerer. What are you talking about?
But you don't want to have Olbrich as your sorcerer.
Why not? He's Waga Ken.
I mean, there have been all story runs where you go with Alberic as the sorcerer, so it has been done.
And then
it works.
So in addition to setting up Tressa as just a mega sorcerer, Ophelia gets the Balagar's Blade, which is the final Rune Master attack. It is an elemental attack that hits once with each element. So by putting the BT Axe on her, she gets the double boosted elements for the 2 corresponding elements of Balagar's Blade. And it's one of the faster animations to set up, and she is going to be our primary damage dealer for the Gauntlet. So this is really the final part of Galdera. So Ank is going to be entering into the ruins of Hornburg and into the eventually Journey's End. And we have to fight shadow versions of 8 of the story bosses. There's a whole bunch of lore behind this, and I know at Winter, Bowie read off all these tablets and some amazing performance there. But it kind of ties everything together and why these shadow bosses are here and what the summoning of Galdera entails. But this is really just the clutchest part of the run where you just rely on your muscle memory and you go, because there's just a ton of inputs and we have to go real fast through.
Yeah, interesting enough though, these are not like a copy of the story boss. They're way stronger versions than the story equivalent of them. So it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah. General idea on most of them is to break them, set up an elemental break, and use Ophelia Balagar Blade to go in and one-shot them. Depending on how much HP they have, you might need a little bit more damage, which Tressa is going to be more than happy to provide.
And I once again want to just quickly...
And this is another point where you see your setup was right if it dies.
I quickly want to reiterate for those who might have not been watching for the past three and a half hours that Galdera is the final boss of the game, but he's an optional boss. He's locked behind a side quest that only unlocks if you finish the story of all the 8 characters in the game.
And he's actually super hard.
Yeah, he's really tough compared to everything else in this game.
Yeah.
And to many other games.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like actually a really trolly part of the game because up until this moment, like you've been able to save pretty liberally. The game is auto-saving kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
But once you enter the Gate of Finis, you only have your starting save, and you have to do everything in one shot. If you die, you go all the way back to the start of the Gate of Finis.
Yeah, the difficulty ramps up like it's like a straight curve, and then suddenly it makes.
Yeah, it's a giant spike. Yeah, all of the bosses in here are done in a very intentional order. So right there, and can they get enough JP for Cyrus to be able to get his divine ability, and then we're going to be switching him out for Alphen, so Alphen can eventually get his divine ability. We basically need to stack a bunch of divines to go ahead and defeat Galdera, and by kind of like measuring our JP on the 2 different characters and managing to get them what they need, it's going to just kind of all fall into place really easily. Dragon here, just like his corresponding dragon in Haunted 3, gives you a setup turn, and that's why we do this one first as Alphen, because you want to make sure that you get Alphen that double tomahawk going and just break it real easy and finish it off.
And meanwhile, Quadra just killed Darius, by the way.
Nice.
Just the chunkiest of the finished mini bosses.
He has so much HP.
By the way, just quick roll call here. Who of you defeated Galdera casually?
Yeah.
Did you?
I didn't actually.
I didn't too. It was like casually, this boss is really so hard.
Yeah. I was like level 90.
I beat it, yeah, but it took me like 3 tries to beat him.
Okay, we have 3 who did it and 3 who didn't.
I got to the second phase on first try and almost beat it, but I ran out of items and I lost, and I just didn't want to bother with the rest.
Yeah, I tried it once, I failed, and I was like, no, dude, I'm not gonna fight all these 8 guys again and just to try again.
Yeah, so Eng did not get the ideal turn order here. So Darius does an ability called Steal Items, which hits your entire party with a sweep attack, as well as locks you out of using any items. So you really want, ideally, you want to have Ophelia get Pomegranate and use Alphen to break him very quickly, but Enka's going to have to do a backup here, which is not that big of a deal, but it does waste a little bit of time. And again, this is just one of the more nuanced bosses in the Gate of Finis, just because of that steal items, you can just get trolled. So he played it very, very safe there, healing with Ophelia, and is going to go ahead and now do the Balagars.
Yeah, I had to skip with Ophelia anyway because I didn't want to defend.
You didn't hit the range.
Nah, it's fine.
That's why I defended with Tressa.
Easy. Yeah, just those little things add up so much.
This boss can actually kill you if you are unlucky or recover wrong. Like if I didn't do what I did there, I could have died.
Now we have Shadow Mattius, who's one of the easiest Finis bosses. He just kind of falls over. But Quadra doing the entrance to Gate of Finis menu here very, very quickly. You can see why he is one of the top Octopath runners. He just does these menus so fast. Yeah, we're basically Boomers is 4 bosses ahead in Gate of Finis, almost 5. So we'll see if Quadra can close the gap.
Damn, that was fast. Would have taken me like 3 minutes.
While you guys are setting up for the very end of the run, do you have a moment?
Yeah, I think we have exactly 1 moment.
Okay, because we have a $25 donation from Anonymous saying favorite Smarty color is potatoes. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that donation. But we also have a donation from a very dear friend from all of us who sadly cannot join us during this event. It is Rekilled with a $5 donation. And he is saying, what happens when you put a Golden Sun Legend, a Katana Zero hero, a Pyro wielder, a Tunic enthusiast, a Donut Drake enjoyer, and enkwolf together, and a Samurai reading the donations? You get one of the highlights of ESA Summer 22. Good luck, friends, and good luck with achieving hashtag bald and all.
Thanks, Reek. Love you. So yeah, Quadra, meanwhile, also started with the 8-people Shadow Figure Gauntlet, the Shadow Realm Gauntlet. Is Belgar's blade like the strongest attack in the game?
It's the strongest single attack in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a 500 multiplier, which is I think by far the highest out of like any skill.
But you get it like so late. You need so much like JP in order to get it.
Yep.
But it's like
Divines.
really worth it.
Wow, another range.
Compared to some other divines that are slightly questionable.
Good thing we have these wind guns lying around.
I've never seen that range test.
I think I've seen it before. It's a really tight range.
You have both augmenters on Tressa?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, you saw there Enk did a little bit of setup before going into Shadow Yvonne. He moved Therian over to Warrior, which is probably the most important part of that menu, as well as equipped a bunch of Divine abilities. So we're going to be... Tressa got Draesang's spell, which is going to... It basically guarantees crits. Alphen got his Apothecary Divine. I don't even remember the name, but it's okay.
Dotius.
Oh, Dotius, yeah. Dotius Charity, which makes it so items now hit the entire party when he uses it. And then Cyrus got his Divine, which is Alphonse, which you've been seeing throughout the entire run, but it was on Tressa. Now it's on Cyrus.
By the way, as we can see right here, most of our party is level 49. I think casually when you get here, you're supposed to be like, what,
I'll check the
70, 80, 90?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, cool. And then this is the most important boss here. We have Shadow Werner. So Shadow Werner always does his attacks in basically the same order. So he's going to be doing his defense, his whatever the ability does. I don't even know what it does because we clear it immediately with Alpha. As Oppression.
Yes, Terra.
Yeah, Terror and Oppression. And then he, on his turn 2, he very importantly does a sweep and a double attack. So we're going to be basically sacrificing Therian to the wolves here. He's going to be using Incite and tanking these abilities.
And now we just clap for every boss dying. I like it.
There's Therian.
Hell yeah!
So there's Therian taking a dirt nap. This is very intentional. So part of the setup for Galdera is going to be manipulating Therian down to 1 HP. When you resurrect a character using the skill Revive, they come back up at 1 HP. So by having him die at the end of this fight, we're able to use that skill Revive and get him right to where we need him. Because he is going to be equipping the passive skill Fortitude, which basically deals damage based on how much HP you were missing. And with him being at 1 HP, he's going to be getting the max.
Don't forget to do a safety save. Oh wait, there is none.
Yeah, no safety
Thanks,
save.
game.
Dude.
Before you guys start with Caldera, do we have a moment for just one last donation?
Real fast.
Go
we
fast.
have a $20 donation by Dragoris saying, thank you all for the content produced throughout the event. Thanks to all the runners attending, and a special thank you to everyone for gathering the donations toward a great charity. And those $20 go towards the Illusion of Gaia blindfolded final boss, which will happen tomorrow by none other than Bowie the Hero.
All right, so a bit of final setup
go ahead.
here. So we are getting Therian all of the War Master passive skills because those are basically where the most physical attack comes from, as well as getting him boost start, or is getting him BP Eater. So we're equipping him with the most powerful physical skills in the game, as well as Abers, which is ability that deals damage based on your speed. And Therian right now with the Viper Dagger is a very speedy boy. It turns out at the end of the game, you get thrown for a loop. And when you go to fight Galdera, the game asks you to form 2 parties. So you actually, for the first time in the entire game, you split up your party members, and you have to fight basically 2 bosses back to back, and you cannot use the same party members in the fights. So if you played the game like I did, and you basically stacked everything onto 3 characters, the game is saying, nope, you have to use them all.
Yeah, Galdera is like split up into the 2 phases. He's like lower body part and the upper body part. I feel like, am I correct when I say that the lower part, this one is like more difficult?
Yeah, yeah. Alright.
This is a rude turn out, by the way.
Yeah. You're.
It's really bad. I gotta defend.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Galdera, by the way. This is what we've been trying to achieve for like 3 hours and 50 minutes so far.
Yeah, so Enka's having to read the turn order on Galdera. You are very, very tight on turns for the eye phase, and we're really trying to set up a one-turn kill. So the eye of Galdera has roughly 500,000 HP, and we've been hitting for some pretty normal numbers throughout the run. But in order to set this up, we basically need every single buff in the game stacked onto Tressa.
Yeah, Tressa needs
I gotta
to go.
get slow Weapon as well.
Yep.
Tressa needs to go even further beyond! Which you will see in a moment, hopefully. Cool.
Alright, so Enka's having to do a backup here. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the giant damage numbers, but we had a weird turn order where you didn't have Ophelia set up to kill the soul there, and you have to kill the soul to unlock the eye to be attacked. But using the double tomahawk, Alphen can, like you see, expose the eye right here very, very quickly. And we are going to be missing one divine skill on Tressa, so she's not going to be able to do the one shot.
But
hitting for a still reasonable amount of damage.
I mean, could be more, but it's still pretty satisfying to watch these big red numbers.
Yeah. So we did have to use Dotier's Charity on Cyrus, which enables him to use Revitalizing Jams on the entire party, which maxes out your BP, SP, and HP.
Which normally is a single person item.
Yeah, so, but by using that Divine, it hits the entire party, and we're able to make pretty quick work of Galdera. That's a good phase one. You ideally like to see double this damage, but you can just hit it twice instead of hitting it once.
And there we go. Phase one of Galdera. Not done yet.
Alright, phase two. We are really hoping to see Ulbrich before Therian and Therian before Maw. This fight can troll you. It's much more consistent than it was in past years, but we're going to see what the turn order gives us.
Yeah, this is the epic moment where you split up the team, one to fight the lower part and one to fight up the upper part. Even though all 8 are standing there, don't question it.
Go out too tired from the first one.
What's our turn order?
Hey!
Oh, you love to see it.
Wow.
Anki getting the best RNG. The entire time we've been stacking Ulbrich with speed items to try to get this exact scenario set up. It's very rare that Ulbrich actually outspeeds Therian because we have the Viper Dagger on him. So this is the fastest possible turn order that you can get to start the fight.
The Quadra now also setting up for Galdera.
Yeah, so this fight is pretty tight. So Abers is an AoE ability that hits everything. Galdera has 4 parts here that you want to hit, and we need to bring the Maw below 50% HP so it doesn't use an AoE ability and wipe our party.
Yeah, I like that. That's bad.
Yeah.
I should have actually. I'm wrong. I should have like holded them all.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, luckily we have the save.
Yeah, we have a backup save here. Yeah, so you want to make sure that Maw goes after Therian again so you can defeat the Maw before it does its AoE ability. It doesn't always use that AoE ability, so that was a little bit unlucky there, but Enka's going to just go ahead and load this totally legal backup save.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. If you've died at the fight now, you would need to redo all of the 8 Shadow boss fights before you could get an attempt at the Galdera again.
Yeah, that was on me. I actually misrecognized what the icons were at the top. I thought it was Galdera, not the Maw at the beginning.
So yeah, Quadra now also, phase 1.
Yeah, so
Quadra's gonna win. That was on me.
All good.
Are we gonna be maybe underestimated?
Quadra also might get trolled. So yeah, this totally legal backup save that is not set up intentionally. No big deal. There's a glitch where you can get out of the Gate of Finis and make a save.
Quadra shaking his head.
Better turn order.
That is a better turn order. Alright, so the hope for boomers is that Quadra gets trolled.
He will definitely not.
but both runners on Galdera.
Yeah,
This is what you want to see in a race.
it's definitely shaped up at the very end to be very tight. As I said, by the way, like an hour ago. As I predicted. Also, the music in this fight is
So Quadra had to do
Epic.
backup as well. Again, just hitting it twice with no elemental break. It's a product of the turn orders that you wind up getting. If you don't get the correct turn order, you can't do the super mega one-hit strat.
unfortunately.
I think looks like Enk is going to get it.
Yeah, we're getting it. So I actually wanted to show it, so that's why I lost.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more hype parts of Galdera. So again, stacking every possible buff onto Tressa. She has her elemental or her dancer skills. So she's been peacock strutted. We're going to be using elemental brig. She has 2 wind items to do maximum wind damage. We're going to be stacking on Aliphin's, Alifrix, and Draysang's spell onto her, and she's going to one-shot this eye.
All right, that should be phase 1 for Quadra.
This is still going to be really tight.
Yeah,
It's going to come down to phase 2 RNG.
this is time for the Zoomers to finally get some redemption, good RNG.
Yeah, we didn't mention, but if
Look at
Therion
these
goes
numbers.
before Obrick or anyone, if Therion's like first, you still win, but then it's like one more turn to the fight, so you lose like 40 seconds.
So yeah, just casually hitting for 65,000 on each hit of that spell.
Cash.
Twice.
Big damage.
Yeah, this is where you really get to see
Okay,
the,
let's see what we get here.
the satisfying big numbers.
And I get the ideal turn order.
Quadra
Oh,
gets
let's go! What Panda said.
And doesn't even have more first and second turn.
Yeah. It's all good.
Oh.
All right, let's see what Enk gets here as Quadra makes his way pretty quickly.
Now we're gonna look at them more carefully.
I mean, Galdera can still waste a turn a little bit later on, depending on when the break happens.
But I got pretty much the ideal fight, so I'm just going to pull my Panther dance
Okay.
here.
So,
No, this is not fine.
no, it's fine. We just got to see what Ma does here. So, Ulbrich is going to palm Therion, and we really have to hope for no AoE ability here. Like that. I jinxed it.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
now it's really on me. Well, whatever.
Nah, that's it.
Unfortunate. Okay, that's really sucks.
Well,
All right,
it's
so
Octopath.
Galdera round 3. It's okay. I screwed up Steora twice.
yeah. Well, that was not on me, but the first
Yeah.
one was.
So
Well, it was also on you for not noticing.
it's really unfortunate that at the very end of this 4-hour run, Galdera can just decide to end it.
Yeah, that's the one unfortunate part about this. But after 4 hours, or like 3.5, if you're really good, you can just get screwed and, oh well, I guess PB's dead. Or like, attempt is dead. And there we go! That's... Did you, by the way, see the...
Can I get underestimated? No, I'm not gonna get underestimated.
No!
So yeah, make sure you get ready to hit the button, Quadra.
No, I wanna...
Quadra gets to hit it.
Just say, when? I'm not exactly sure when.
He brought your team back. You don't know when? Let Quadra hit it.
No.
Good job, Zoomers.
7 seconds.
You got. That was like what, 4 hours 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
How much is that above
Xoneris.
your...
If I played like slightly better, it might have been like under 4 hours. I did make like a few wrong
If
words. here and there.
Xoneris played slightly better.
Or if
it's
Yisk
Xoneris'
played
fault.
better.
Xoneris' fault for going over.
Yeah, surely. Surely. So how much
That's part of his brand.
how much more is that than your world record?
35 minutes.
Just casually 35 minutes. Alright, let's focus here on Enk. Yeah, Enk. To also get this here.
Yeah, Enk is setting back up. So this is going to be another just giant Tressa turn. So Galdera just being the ultimate troll today.
Slightly, yeah.
私の番エレメントブレイクラストそれでは行きます
I love the music in this boss fight.
Yeah,
This
the
music
music
is so
is super
good.
good.
The second phase is called, what's it called? Daughter of God.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's this one. This one is called the one who's called Witch. It's like kind of a slower version, and then you like get to the second phase, and it just gets like super hype. It's called Daughter of the Dark God. It's super cool. Super nice music.
There you see it again, the giant damage numbers that Tress is able to put out.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's like what, 360,000 damage in a single attack or so?
Yeah,
More than
it's
that.
300. It's more than 360.
I has
almost
half a
4K.
million HP.
Yeah,
It's almost 4K.
half a million in
Yeah,
like
it's
one
like-
turn. It's insane.
Yeah.
And to put into perspective, like most Chapter 4 bosses have like 100k or so?
90,000.
Yeah, roughly.
90,000. Yeah.
So you could have killed a Chapter 4 boss 4 times with just that single attack.
Alright,
let's
let's
go.
see what you get. We got the Waka Can for
Waka
a
Can.
good blessing,
Let's go.
and let's go. Okay,
now
now
we're-
this is
now we're gonna
this
like
is fine.
hold
This
the
is
ball.
fine.
This is fine, before
This is
Maul.
fine.
This is ideal again.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like hold more this time.
Yeah. You
Like,
have to.
get Maul like one. We're good. All right, cool. You see Abraham
Ah,
working.
miss.
Oh, you missed Light Black.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. That should be fine. You just
I'm not
need to
gonna
take
take
one
no
more.
HP.
You go back there.
Yeah, we want to get Maw to the back because Maw is the most dangerous part of the body right now. Additionally, like the setup for this is kind of weird because you also want to hit the blade, but you don't want blade to go under 50% HP before you kill it. So we have to use a little bit of extra damage gained by either Panther Dancing Therian or by armor corrosing the blade to be able to take it out in 2 turns.
So Light Black here should. Light Black here survived because she actually dodged the hit,
Yeah, we
but
got
that's fine. She
almost-
shouldn't do anything here. Like I think, yeah, she uses
Yeah,
like
you're fine.
just buffs herself.
You're gonna need
so-
heal SP though.
Yeah. And she's gonna palm Therion right back up, and he's gonna heal his SP because he
He used
has
an
to use
extra.
one extra skill. Yeah. But yeah, there's one more Abish here. We'll be able to take Light Black out, and then we'll just do the same thing which we did.
No
oh, he
fucking
missed
way.
again.
What?
What? No
Wow.
way! No way! I've never seen
I've never
that.
seen the double.
Wow.
I've never.
Double
I've only ever missed Light Black once in my entire like.
This is
Career
my punishment
running
for messing
Galdera?
up the first time.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, cool. So
Uh,
I think
that was
with that,
so
we're gonna
unlucky.
cut it.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna cut it.
that was
Yeah.
that was
Wait,
great.
you want to do it?
Time. Boom. We killed Galdera.
Yeah, that was.
So yeah,
You might want to put big.
that was Octopath Traveler Galdera. If you're interested in speedrunning this game, we have an awesome Discord, lots of resources. Community's great. Thank you all.
Yeah, there's lots of different categories you can speedrun, not just only this hard, long one. There's also the shorter ones, an hour, so.
Yeah, I think done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Done.
GG Zoomers.
Yeah. GG
boomers.
Oh, I should have said okay boomers. And there,
Yeah, that's it. Take it away.
that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
can I get a really big hand for our really good runners here? Like, they had a 4-hour relay race.
That was hard.
It came down to the wire, the very last boss. Just now, we're just like a total nutter. And with that, we're actually going to go to an intermission, and after that, we'll be back with iToy Play 2 with the Rixa and friends. And if I look around the room here, this will be a very, very interesting run, so you do not want to miss that. So just go ahead, get something to drink, stand up, walk around a little bit, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.